Ready? Ready? Okay, welcome everyone. Calling meeting to order, regular board meeting, November 20th at 5:37 PM. Let's do roll call. Trustee Chavarria. Present. Trustee DeMarco.
Here.
Trustee Reese. Here. Trustee Diaz.
Here.
And Dr. Turkey.
Present.
And myself, present. Any public comment on closed session items? Nothing here. Zoom. All right, going into closed session at 5:37 PM.
Mhm.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Brianna's not here today, and someone else.
So I was gonna tell you, this one didn't right. I connected this to this and then this to this, right?
You connected what to what? To the microphone.
Right, welcome everyone. We're reconvening from closed session to open session. Let's start with the flag salute. Please stand. Ready, begin.
United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
All right, there's no action taken in closed session. Next item is adoption of the agenda. Is there any changes to the agenda? Any changes to the agenda or? Okay, adoption, Marta.
Oh.
Did,
I'm sorry, there is a change to the agenda.
Oh, the last one.
The last item on discussion to be tabled. That's
Q6.
item 6 on discussion to be tabled.
all right, so now that the agenda, there's a change to table item, the last item, item 6 in discussion. Marta moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I oppose. Right, motion carries. Okay, adoption of the consent agenda.
I move.
Do I have a second?
The second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. Recognitions and presentations, educational options, presentation, welcome.
Parents and students here to participate with us in this presentation. And my name's Ida Ramirez, the Director of Educational Options, and I directly oversee the Central Bay High School campus. And
I'm Sarah Grunewald. I'm the coordinator for independent study.
we'll go ahead and get started with the next slide. Oh,
There's a clicker.
love it. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Technology.
So looking at the Central Bay side, you'll see the current number of students that we have there. And if you look at our demographics, you'll see that there are significant increases, with the number of English language learner students and migrant students have increased, and also students on IEPs. There has also been a demonstrated increase in the enrollment.
And our enrollment is up so far this year. And our demographics have interestingly gone down in all of these areas.
Nice. Thank you, sir. So, okay. You're just trying to keep us.
Trying to keep us awake.
So for goal 1, equitable instruction at Central Bay, what's going well is our launch of the designated ELD program at our site and implementation of the Engage curriculum. So we now have a dedicated teacher that is shared between both sites, and students are receiving their designated ELD as per the requirement that we had in our WAS self-study.
For independent study, what's going well are our CASP results. You can see from 2023 to 24 to 2024-25, as I believe Ms. McCulloch explained at a previous board meeting, we went from 25.4% in ELA to 31.11, meeting or exceeding. And our math scores went up phenomenally from 14.51% to 31.92%, meeting or exceeding.
So of areas of improvement, looking at our fall iReady data, we do need to focus on reading and obviously math. And what we're working on as far as the what next, I would like to highlight the reading and math tutorials that we're going to start rolling out.
And our, okay. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
oh.
Okay.
It's-
The green is more difficult to see. Are we good? For independent study, what's next is a focus on monitoring our students' progress with the designated ELD implementation. That was also a finding in our WASC visiting committee report. And so I'm excited to see how our English learners, our multilingual learners will progress over the course of the year.
So for LCAP 2 regarding student engagement, what's going very well is our school-based mental health counseling. We have the services 100% shared at both sites, Central Bay and Independent Study. And we just have an excellent support counselor that's doing wonderful work with our students.
What's going well in independent study is our attendance. Now we have everyday labs reporting out to us. And you can see particularly in October from last year, we had 87% truancy, attendance. And this year we have, and now I have it down here, 95.9%. And chronic absenteeism went down from 20.3% last October to 19.8% this October. And we also have DESA. Were you able to link that, Enrique? DESA data? So this shows the rating window for DESA shows that only 13% of students rated themselves in need for instruction. And these are our 7th through 12th graders, all of our students, as opposed to 53% last year. And we saw a growth in the number of students who are typical, and a growth also in the number of students who rated themselves in areas of strength. And so we're looking at that as something that's really positive. And I'm going to go back. We're good, Enrique. Okay.
And areas that we're working on is the student self-regulation is an area that we're really focusing in on right now with our students, working on positive behavior supports for them. And what is next for us would be the work on the future ready student portfolio is something that we are focusing in on as a school. And that ties to the students' social emotional learning to create engaged students and having a sense of hope for their future. So that's what we're working on for this year as a focus, one of the focus areas.
And one of our focus areas is the Prop 28 Arts Project. We're looking forward to coming up with a student-drawn logo to be revealed next year. And that's going to take place next semester.
So our parent community and engagement connectedness, we've had a great showing with our school site council, parent council member representation. We've had consistent members showing up from parents and students to the meetings that we've had so far, which is which is a big accomplishment to have that consistency.
For us, this is continuing from last year, where we're much more engaged with our parents in our attendance meetings, those SART meetings. They're very powerful. We have really good attendance and lots of very interesting conversations.
And we want to continue to work on increasing our parent guardian attendance at our positive discipline workshops. And the next steps there is we're going to be reaching out the personal invites to the parent workshops. The talking points has been very helpful, but we still need that personal touch to connect with them so they can complete the series.
For us, my next step is to create a monthly newsletter. And I have access to a Some More account, and I'm looking forward to launching that in January of 2026.
And staff engagement and connectedness. I know at the end of last year, one of the things we wanted to do was to create a lunch table for staff. And we have it. And it's really built out that whole collaboration with the team. They sit there, they talk, they're troubleshooting. They're in the quad area. And that's been something that they enjoy, and it increases that collaboration that they have.
For independent study, no more treats because we're not in a WASC year. And but we do have a lot of collaboration around the PDSA cycle at our PLC meetings, and they're very appreciative of having that time to really talk about improving teaching.
And for Central Bay, areas that we want to focus on is really looking deeper into professional development that's focused on continuation education. So the teachers are asking for that. And what we have also, what's next, besides exploring development and professional development opportunities, we will be looking at implementation of our team agreements that we have as a site.
At independent study, tied in with our collaboration, which was a highlight so far this school year, we want to increase targeted in-person professional development opportunities to support the teachers in their desire to improve student outcomes.
Okay. And as Sarah and I were kind of reviewing, we thought this is a great time to really focus in on our Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention support staff at both sites. So we have Maggie Contreras right here, and she's our site-based, mental health counselor, educational options. And Maggie comes with great background to work with our particular population at both sites. And we've just been extremely fortunate, and we've seen some major breakthroughs with certain students. So it is just beyond powerful. So thank you.
Whoops. Oh, sorry. Was that? Okay. And Julie Fisher is our resource specialist. She also works with both students. She works very closely to support students in reaching their IEP goals, and she works very closely with our teachers at both sites to ensure that students progress and have the academic success that they deserve.
And Julie provides services for Central Bay Independent Study and also adult education.
Right.
So we have adult education students that go in for their support sessions with Julie. And we have Lisa Martin, and I just noticed that got a little typo word. Lisa is our academic counselor for educational options. So she works with students from both schools, providing guidance, helping students achieve their educational and post-secondary goals. She helps students explore potential career paths. She connects them with resources. And Lisa right now is, and I'm going to tell them, Lisa, working on her dissertation, and she is focusing in on continuation education. And if you ever have a conversation with you, she'll let you know what her study is all about. But she's very dedicated to finding better ways of supporting our students and seeing what we can learn, because research is very limited in the area of continuation education. So I just want to thank.
So let's, one more applause. Thank you so much. These women really form the backbone of the work, a lot of the work that we do.
14. And we have parents and students here that wanted to share just a few words with you. You have Estefani and her mother. Están aquí, Araceli.
Buenas tardes a todos. Soy la mamá de Stephanie Rivera. Hi, I'm Stephanie, and I just want to say that Central Bay has become like another home to me. It has given me a lot of opportunities, and I was pretty low, and going there, I don't know, all the teachers helped me so quick, and it was easier for me to learn better because there's less students, and the staff is amazing. I love everybody, and it's very important for me. And yeah, thank you. Pues yo simplemente estoy muy orgullosa de ella porque ella ha progresado mucho en la escuela Centro B. Los maestros, ha tenido mucho apoyo de los maestros y de la directora, por supuesto. Estoy muy contenta de ella porque ha progresado pues mucho.
I just wanted to say that I'm very proud of her because she has progressed so much at Central Bay. She's received a lot of support from her teachers and also from the principal, and I'm very proud of her.
One of our students was not able to attend this evening, and he wanted to make sure that you heard his voice. This is from Mordecai Lutz, one of our 12th graders. As a senior at NMCCIS, I can say firsthand this program has been extremely beneficial to me. I often don't get along with others in my age group, which caused me a hard time when I was in middle school. So being able to work from home has given me a chance to curate the people I spend time around. I enjoy the academic aspects of the school as well. Being able to work at my own pace every week has really helped me to stop hating schoolwork. The load of work is usually pretty light and definitely doable in 1 week of study time. I've had the same teacher all 4 years I've been working with NMCCIS, and I've enjoyed the time getting to know her because it helped an actual relationship form as opposed to seeing 7 different teachers every day. She has been kind and helpful throughout my academic career in independent study, and I believe she wants to help me succeed in any way she can. I believe this of the rest of the staff as well. Ms. Grunebam has been very supportive of my academics and of me as a person. She and my teacher, Ms. Garrison, have been incredibly kind and supportive over the years I've been at NMCCIS. I think NMCCIS has been an excellent program for me to learn through, and I think it could be beneficial to other kids as well. The program with Wonderwood Ranch has also been a great experience for me because it allowed me to make friends with some of my peers. I enjoyed working with Marlo and the horses, and I felt that it helped me get through some things I was going through, and it helped improve my social skills immensely. And now I'd like to introduce one of our students, Elena Orozco, and her mom, Rochelle Anderson.
Hello, my name is Elena Roscoe. I'm 15 years old and I'm in 9th grade, and I'd like to share my experience at Independent Studies. The Independent Studies program has promoted a healthy student-teacher relationship for me, implementing adaptability and personalization into the curriculum and educating me in ways which standard schools would be unable to achieve. As someone who attended public school for many years, I can confidently state that the most healthy, caring teacher relationships I've experienced have both been at Independent Studies. While I've had kind teachers in the past, the personalized connection that is fostered through this program is an incomparable source of mentorship. Through a mutual understanding, my teachers are able to educate me more effectively, guiding me through both my schoolwork and life. I am grateful to the program for providing me with a trusting bond from which I am taught valuable skills, extending beyond the standard limitations of the curriculum. Additional advantages of this school include the flexibility and versatile integrations of the course material. The neurodivergence that is prevalent in my household has resulted in my family and I struggling to adhere to the rigid structure of the typical school schedule. Independent studies offers a flexible routine, permitting me to complete assignments during intervals more conducive to my family's needs. Furthermore, the responsibility of freely accomplishing my studies allows me to allocate and manage tasks independently, preparing me for the future. Although independent studies does not align with the needs of every student, nor do traditional schools. Therefore, this program serves as a valuable alternative for families like mine.
My hand now. Hi, I'm Rochelle Anderson. Elena is my daughter. I just wanted to reiterate how important the program has been for us. Like she mentioned, we do have neurodivergence in our family. My son has level 3 profound autism, which, as you can imagine, impacts our daily life in a way that I couldn't have even imagined before having him. So having access to a program that's able to meet us where we are and be flexible with us has been everything. Another difficult thing for families like ours is really just feeling kind of isolated and lonely and like it's you against the world sometimes. So having people who really lock arms with you and help me help my kids is everything.
And here we have Heather Cross. She's a parent of one of our other students at Independent Study.
So I'm going to apologize for being very, very nervous. I am going to speak for myself, and then I'm going to share something that was written by our son who would like to be here this evening, but he is in a special kanji studying session, preparing for his finals. So the school has been a rock for us to cling to in what was a storm of our lives last year. We lost both my husband and my mother-in-law, who lived with us for 6 years within less than 6 months of each other. Compassionate, kind people like Ms. Rosen, Sarah, and Ida were like lighthouses shining the way back to calmer shores and helped illuminate new possibilities in our lives. They have helped us to navigate through massive life changes and the challenges of surviving the deepest of grief while trying to adapt and build new lives. Having flexibility and individualized attention and education for our son provided a safety net for him during a time of unimaginable loss. The extracurricular equine therapy through Underwood Ranch was a healing and valuable time that offered social connections and led to our son volunteering weekly each Saturday. And it further strengthened his sense of community belonging and how to be of service. He enrolled in college classes at both MPC and CSUMB while still enrolled in his senior year, and he has excelled with his studies and now tutors other students as a teacher's assistant at MPC. I am immeasurably grateful to this program, as is our son. This is from our son. Independent study has completely changed my academic life and personal growth for the better. Before entering this program, I was a mostly C student with occasional Bs, struggling to stay consistent in a traditional classroom environment. Through independent study, I've been able to transform into a straight A student by learning how to manage my own time, take responsibility for my workload, and work at a pace that truly allows me to understand the material rather than just keep up with it. This program gave me the freedom to structure my learning in a way that works best for me, and as a result, my discipline and motivation have grown immensely. It has also opened doors for opportunities like dual enrollment, allowing me to take college-level courses such as Japanese while still in high school, and spend nearly every day on a university campus. When people question why I'm at CSUMB instead of, quote, being in high school, I'm able to confidently say that this is because of my school and because of a program that trusts its students to take control of their own education. Most importantly, independent study supported me during one of the hardest periods of my life. After my father passed away, I struggled deeply and allowed my work to pile up for over a month. In a traditional school setting, that would have meant falling permanently behind and likely failing the entire semester. Instead, this program gave me the flexibility and understanding to recover at my own pace and still succeed. I was able to rebuild my momentum and earn the grades that I worked for, something I know I could not have done otherwise. In fact, the reason I'm not here to deliver this message in person today is because I am currently at CSUMB in a study group, actively engaging in my education. A direct example of how this program allows students like me to thrive. Independent study did not just make my learning easier. It made it more meaningful, more manageable, and more engaging to me, and I stand as proof of the positive impact it can have when students are trusted and supported.
It's us.
Yeah, one more thing. Stephanie forgot to mention that she's going to be returning back to the high school in January. So I'm very proud of her, along with about 5 to 6 other students. So it really gives students an opportunity to restore their ability to get their diploma in a variety of ways and choose the site they want to graduate from. So it's not, the earlier we get them, the more options they have. And she is an example of that.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening.
Right, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna open it up for any clarifying questions, and I'll start with our student trustee. Trustee Diaz,
No questions.
trustee Reese,
The question.
clarifying questions.
Can I ask a question? The math scores in independent study, there was a really large increase. My question is, what do you attribute to?
Interestingly, we didn't have a math tutor last year, and I attribute that to teachers really doubling down and also to the previous year's math tutor, who I think really set a lot of our students up to be more successful in math.
Trustee DeMarco,
No questions.
trustee Chavarria.
I had something like that too. I was impressed with your guys' attendance and how it improved. Was it 87%, or something like that? So what do you think that contributes? You said something about labs, but I didn't know. You said there's more labs or?
Oh, we use the Everyday Labs program,
Uh-huh.
and that's what that's showing.
Oh, okay. So what do you
That's
think
it.
contributed to the attendance though?
I actually think a lot of it has to do with the SART meetings that I hold with parents and students. I think having that, the majority of them are in person. Occasionally, because of a parent's schedule, we have to do it over Zoom, or I actually have 2 tomorrow over the telephone. But there really are opportunities for us to talk about what might be going on if in a student's attendance. And I believe what's happening this year is a carryover from a lot of the work that we did last year.
Nice. Thank you.
All right. I don't have any clarifying questions. I am gonna open it up for any public comment. Sue? All right, no public comment. I am gonna open it up for any last comments, and I'll start with our trustee,
Yeah,
student trustee.
thank you for the presentation. It was really meaningful, and your guys' impact is very apparent. Actually, one of my best friends is going to be one of those 5 coming back, and just seeing her confidence kind of come back, not even just academically, but just in general, it really shows like the synergy of your guys' work. So thank you very much.
Right, trustee Diaz.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation from everyone, and especially thank you for the parents and students for speaking. That's what we want to hear, and proud of that you could get up there and then speak. It's hard to do, and yeah, everything was great. Thank you.
Trustee Reese.
Just want to say thank you for each of you who came and spoke. Elena, you are so articulate. I don't think I would have been as brave as you are at 15 and spoken so well. Stephanie as well. We love to hear from students and know what you're experiencing. It makes me extremely proud that we have this level of options for students, because success isn't one size fits all. So it's really wonderful that we have a program. The care you provide students is evident. So that makes me really proud of our district, that we offer these programs and have such high caliber of staff to deliver the programs. So I thank each of you for coming and speaking. I'm really sorry for your loss. It sounds pretty unimaginable. You're very brave for coming and sharing your experience. And I'm so happy your son's successful. I really also enjoyed hearing from Mordecai. Is that?
Oh, yeah, Mordecai, yeah.
So thank you all. Bravo.
Trustee DeMarco.
Like I said many times before, love our educational options program here at the school. It's always a breath of fresh air to go there and see alternative educations where everyone has a chance to succeed. You know, like the other trustee said, it's not a one size fit all. The idea that we give options, and like I said, attending your guys' graduation is probably one of my favorite ceremonies out of all the favorite ceremonies that we attend. And thank you for having the courage for all the students that came here today. Public speaking is hard. And then on top of that, trying to figure out what to say and stuff like that. Like I said, this is very intimidating. The fact that you just, grabbed it and took control is just amazing. There's a lot of adults freak out up here, which is easy for us to forget, as sometimes as board members who are so used to the microphone. And we're like, well, what's a big deal? But it is a big deal. So good job on talking that. Other than that, look forward to seeing you guys graduate. And just really excited to see how it goes. And also, I hear that you guys are be allowed through our trustee here, or our school trustee, they're allowed to attend events now, right? So it's excited to see more opportunities happening with our ed options, with prom, all the Disney grad night. So can't wait to hear you guys come back and give us reports on how that went.
Awesome. Trustee Chavarria.
He said it so kindly. I mean, they touched all the points that were very special for me to hear tonight, but out of all the presentations, out of all the speeches, and tonight was very, very awesome to hear from you all today, because it was impactful to hear it directly from the students and the parents. We have always known you guys have an amazing program, and everything that they said about those options is why we have, the type of programs that we do. But to hear it directly from the kids and the parents, it just reinforces that we're so proud to have that there, and you guys are a big part of that. You're changing lives. You're making a big impact, and thank you for coming tonight. It's very special when you guys are here. So thank you.
Dr. Turkey, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you all for coming. When we talk about the power of parents and students, you are showing your power here. Hearing your voice is so important, as people have said, and you did such a great job. And it's heartwarming, as others have said, that there is a path available to you which suits you, right? And that's just needed. And I'm happy it's a match, right? Because that's what we want. We want our programs to match our students, rather than for our students to change and try and fit into a box. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you for coming in. I'm sorry for your loss, but thank you for sharing your stories. I agree. Like, I've always thought that we have to have the necessary programs to match the needs of our students. And this shows that we are heading the right direction. And I am really proud to hear that our students can participate and be included because they are our students, so that they can still be included. They're just in another space, learning at another pace, but they still belong in our district and they still are part of our district. So I'm really thankful and proud that as students, you all are advocating for each other and being inclusive of each other. And parents, thank you for supporting your students. I know it might be difficult journeys, but thank you for coming up here. Someone is used to microphones, but not all of us. So thank you so much for being brave and sharing your experience, your journey, and letting us know what's working, letting us know what is fitting the needs of our students. So I appreciate, thank you and thank you the staff. Without you all, our students wouldn't be able to have those opportunities and those spaces. So I appreciate you all. Thank you. All right, we're gonna go on to our next presentation, and that is social emotional learning. Enrique, I don't know if it's just me, but I'm having a hard time hearing some of, especially the podium. Oh, do we need to give her another mic again? All right, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, board members. I'm Jahira Hipchman, school psychologist, special services. We also have Kelly Bishop, Katie Turner, and Patricia Pena with us. And we are going to be going over the DESA update. Our window just closed. And who's better to explain what the DESA is than our students themselves?
Hey, have you heard about the DESA survey we're supposed to take?
Yeah, but what's it even for?
It's called the DESA, and it's a survey that helps you figure out how strong your social and emotional skills are. You know, stuff like self-awareness, managing your emotions, and making decisions.
Oh, I get it. So it's about understanding how we deal with things day to day.
Exactly. There are 8 different areas the survey looks at. The DESA checks out self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, goal setting, personal responsibility, decision-making, and optimistic thinking.
Okay, but why is it so important that we take this?
It's a great way to help the school understand what support we need to help build on our strengths.
Got it. So it's a check-in how to see how we're doing and what we need help with.
Oh, and did I mention, if you complete the survey, you can win some cool stuff.
Wait, what? Like what?
Condor merch, sweaters, croc gibbets, beanies, and if your class has the most participation, you can win a class prize too.
Okay, now I'm in.
So don't wait, get it done, help yourself, help your class, and maybe win some cool things.
Go on.
Remember, your voice matters. Complete the DESA today.
And then we actually submitted that video to the PBIS for the technology innovation last year, which is really sweet.
Okay, I'll take it over. Good evening, everyone. So for the DESA, in grades K through 6, the teachers rate the students, and in grades 7 through 12, the students rate themselves. So keep that in mind when we show you our data a little later. These are examples of the questions that are asked. So every student has a teacher score this in the elementary setting. If it's flagged to complete a longer screener, then the teachers do that as well. And then the self-report example is there on the left or on the right, sorry. That's an example of middle school self-report. And these are some of the questions that the middle school students might be asked. We use the data to guide decisions across each tier. I was prompted to cool it on my ice cream analogy, so I'm not going to do that today. But an example at tier 1 is a school team uses their DESA data to see if their social emotional learning instruction is supporting their students. And so here I gave you an example of Castroville School. So Castroville has been one of our longest implementers that have been implementing it to its fidelity. So doing the most there. And I pulled up their lesson completion just to this point, which 25% of their total lessons have been completed for the school year. And they have set a goal for themselves of 75, which is awesome. And then there's their data last year from this same time on the left. You can see the red are students that are in need of SEL support and instruction. Blue is typical and green is strength. And you can see on the right there, that's this screener they just took in fall of this year. You can see that there's growth there for them in the strength and the typical. At tier 2, our coordination of supports teams might use these data to find groups of students that need additional support and match them to that additional support. So district-wide, for grades K through 8, we're implementing Second Step, which is our social emotional learning curriculum. And they just released, which we are very excited about it, an intervention that's layered on at no cost to us. And so we're hoping and we're prompting our teams to match groups of students to that intervention. I wanted to highlight the high school here. That's why I have their logo there as a prompt. They implemented a system, believe it was last year, breaks for students that were struggling to be in class, and found that it wasn't really working out the way that they wanted. And so they got together as a team and decided, how can we make this better? And they used DESA. It comes also with strategies. They made sure that students that were part of that intervention, that they'd actually completed the self-report, and then worked with them to do the skills that they needed to work on based off of what they said in their assessment. And then at tier 3, this is just an example, a student that maybe has some social emotional needs, a team might wrap around them and look into their individual data. So these are actual data from our students. So something that's really cool is we can see a student's trajectory over time. And this student has had the screener taken 2 times for them. They're falling within the needs for instruction there on the left. On the right, you can see their areas of strength and their areas of need. So we might focus on something like self-management, but not necessarily on relationship skills for this student. And then our screener also gives us individual strategies to try with that particular student. So for this student, these were the strategies that are listed for them in our screener software. And here's our data. I'll pass it to Kelly.
I get the fun job. I get to talk about the data. So there are really so many different ways that we can look at this data. So it's actually fun to go in the system and kind of manipulate it in different ways and see what it looks like. Katie was able to show you like a very zoomed in lens on what like a specific student's data might look like. And what you're seeing here is the very most zoomed out lens that you can see for our district. So this is the overall data for our 25-26 school year pre-assessment. Like Jahaira said, the window just closed. So you can see the columns on the left are the educator ratings, and the columns are on the right are the student self ratings. So we're very happy to see that the largest group is students that are rating themselves, or teachers are rating them in the typical range, meaning that they're right where we would want them to be social emotionally. We also have a great sized group in that strengths range. And then we can see the students that are in need of that instruction or additional support. 8% were rated by educators as in need, and then 27% of students that self-rated are noticing a need for instruction. Here's another way to look at the data. So this is a grade level comparison. So you can see across grade levels how our social emotional data is looking. So keep in mind that K through 6th is the teacher ratings. And then once it starts in 7th grade, that's the student self ratings. So there's a lot of interesting ways for our teams to talk about these data. One notable thing that, teams that I've been a part of have discussed in the past is that need does jump up. You'll see in 7th grade, like that red kind of jumps up pretty significantly. And we talk about things that it could be contributed to or attributed to. So it could be that entering 7th grade is a difficult time in a young person's life. And that's kind of the beginning of adolescence. But it's also when students start rating themselves rather than having a teacher rate them. So lots of interesting conversations about how we can use this data to support our students. This one's very, very interesting to me. So this is a comparison of the 1920 school year there on the left, and then our most recent 25-26 pre-assessment. There's a very common notion, I think, amongst a lot of us that COVID really had a negative lasting impact on the social emotional well-being of our students. And while that might be true, our data also suggests that our students are doing better than ever, even pre-COVID. So we have more students rated in that strength and typical range than we did pre-COVID. So I think that's really encouraging to see that our students are feeling better than ever. All right, and then we have, we just wanted to spotlight our secondary data just to show the growth there. So what you're seeing here is a comparison between the pre-assessment last school year on the left, and then the pre-assessment that we just took this school year on the right. And this is for our secondary schools specifically. But this is really, providing our teams with information that what we're doing to support the social emotional well-being of our students is having an impact. So we have more students rated in that strength and typical range than we did last year at this time. So it's really encouraging to our teams to kind of keep on with the way that we're going. And then just to spotlight another way in which we have our students self-rate. This is on our Synergy student information system. And this is an emotions tracker. What you're looking at here is our middle school data. And it gives students an opportunity during their advisory class to just do a little check-in and say what they're feeling on a particular day. So I think it's really cool to see that we have almost 28,000 data points there on that emotions tracker. So the students are really engaging with that emotions tracker. The number one thing they rated themselves at is tired, which I think a lot of us can probably relate to. But there were also a lot of positive emotions that were higher up there. I think happy, silly, excited were some of the other ones that were rated more highly as well. So that's just another data point that our teams can use to check in on that social emotional well-being of our students.
So last, as a district level team, we get to play around with this data and analyze it, try to make sense of it. And some of the conversations that come are a lot of wonderings, right? And initially we're wondering, would we get different results if the parents were completing the rating scale for the younger children? And what would that look like? What would that mean for the trajectory that we're on right now? What kind of information would we receive? So we're thinking about that. We're also trying to further connect Second Step and DESA. So when we look at the results, we're getting recommendations on what lessons to cover with students who have additional needs. And we're getting prompts like, oh, you really need to focus on optimistic thinking with this one, and you need to focus on responsible decision making with this other group of students. And so we need to be paying more attention to those prompts and utilizing some of those additional lessons that we have in second step as well. And most recently, I have had the opportunity of attending 2 webinars on the DESA SEIR, SEIR, which is an additional 12 questions, according to my understanding right now, for 6th through 12th graders that targets identifying whether they're having internalizing emotions or internalizing problems, or whether they're externalizing them and we can see it in their behavior. So that kind of information would be really helpful to identify students that are super quiet. They never raise any concerns, and yet they're struggling internally with their social emotional well-being. So we're trying to learn more about that and see if it's something that we can incorporate so that we get more accurate data for our students. And then, of course, we want to continue the work in each of the sites teams. And we are loving the emotion tracker, especially in this at the secondary level. It's a lot of work because kids are logging in every day. And so somebody needs to be monitoring those responses on a daily basis and responding to like the red flags. You know, if someone is feeling really depressed or someone is feeling very angry, we want to make sure that they have a check-in with a live person that same day before they go home. So we have a lot of work ahead for ourselves, but we're really excited that our work can be more targeted and it can be more meaningful. So thank you.
Oh, sorry, that is the end of our presentation. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
I was like, why is everyone
My
looking at me?
question.
Oh my goodness.
Well, you're writing my question and I'm like, okay. All right, I am gonna open it up for any clarifying questions, and I'll start with our student trustee.
No question.
Trustee Diaz,
Not at this time.
trustee Reese,
So just to hear you correctly, you use the data. If it flags that there's a student that is in need, then a live person responds. That's what I just heard.
Yeah, Patty was referencing the emotions tracker because that when a student logs into their class link, they should be a pop-up comes up where they're supposed to flag their emotion and they can write notes in there. And we have found several notes from students asking for support. And so we want to make sure that we respond to those in that moment.
And so the popper is for the 7th through 12th.
It's actually all of our schools have it turned on this school year. The middle school, the reason why we highlighted them is we turned it on this year, but we didn't make it an expectation. That's going to be something that comes along next year. But the middle school was a part of our planning team for turning that on and really ran with it and decided to implement it in their advisory. So we're learning a lot from them piloting it and bringing that back to our other teams to see how it could look at their sites.
And then is that happening in K through 6 or no?
There is some data in there and we've shared it with our teams and we've shown them how to access it. But I would say right now it's really functioning at the middle school and at the high school.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
trustee DeMarco, trustee Chavarria.
No questions, but thanks. Thanks for the information.
I have a few questions. I've had several parents come and let me know that they have heard that there's no mental health or social emotional services in our district. And they're very concerned about that. And they've been told that there's no specialist or something that to help their child. Can you clarify what actual social emotional services we have?
Yeah, so they are layered. So we have 7 school-based mental health therapists, 4 of them, so 2 of them are licensed. The others are registered with the Board of Behavioral Sciences. We have a social worker, which is Patty, our coordinator of mental health, a licensed clinical supervisor, and they support that team. They're also layered with our school psychologist who also provides social emotional support, and I can let our school psychologist specialist speak to that. And another layer of mental health services that we provide is a partnership that our whole county uses with Monterey County Behavioral Health for our students that have individualized education plans. And that can look like a service that is provided in school or wraparound support or medication management with a psychiatrist. So there's various degrees provided by staff and partners. We did make a little mental health fact sheet that's over here at the table in English and Spanish, but I'll pass out the English one to you all. And then maybe if anyone here wants to add anything that I missed while I do this, is that okay?
So I want to say that mental health can look different for every single person. And so the services or the support that a student would receive would also look different. So mental health doesn't only get addressed with a one-on-one session with a mental health therapist. There are our special needs children. The environment that they are in, the SDC classroom, is considered a therapeutic milieu. So the environment itself is therapeutic. There's a lot of structure. There's a lot of organization. There's a lot of centers, right? There's different centers. There's an order to things. They know what the expected behaviors are. And so all of this order and structure helps to create safety. And safety is one of the foundations in mental health. So our children who have, say, emotional disturbance as a disability, they need a lot of social emotional support. And one of the things we do is we have them in smaller classrooms. We have them with a teacher who provides a lot of structure. They know the rules. They know what to expect. When they don't follow the rules, there's no surprises. People speak to them at their level, at eye level, in words that they understand. And so that's like a tier 1 mental health support. Our PBIS is also part of this layered system, right? Because children know which behaviors are appropriate and acceptable, and then they know which behaviors are unsafe and harmful. Our school climate and culture, when a student is welcomed, greeted, given a high five, given a smile, a positive praise, that is all tier 1 social, emotional, mental health support. At the tier 2, it's small groups, right? So we read the DESA. There's a group of students that need additional support with thinking positively, right? Or there's an additional group of students that need more support with making better choices. And so we provide that support at the tier 2 level. And then we have students who don't fit in with anyone else. Their situation is unique and their needs are unique. And so that's when we pull in a behavior technician for that one-on-one, right? Because safety is a priority. We pull in the mental health counselor for a one-on-one session and ongoing sessions. We can also have them work with the school psychologist when it's more about problem solving. So depending on what the students need, we try to match that need to the level of service that would be most beneficial. And because we're schools, we also have to provide it in the least restrictive environment, according to the law. So we do have a wide, spectrum of services for the spectrum of needs. Does that seem to answer the question?
It doesn't, I've been around mental health services and organizations for a while, and I'm still learning all the different levels. How is this explained to our students, our parents, our community in a way that it's easy to understand, or in a way that they are actually understanding what services exist? I see that you are listing different type of services or students experiencing what sort of mental health concerns do they have, and their anxiety, depression, trauma. What very simple, what services exist?
Okay.
So it's
So-
one-on-one.
One-on-one, group, or the environment, school climate. Aside from the one-on-one, there's also wraparound services, and this is when we pull in Diana and her team and connect them to outside resources to support other issues that are happening in the family. When it comes to the mental health, as a school, we're limited. We don't want to be pulling students from class for prolonged periods of time. We limit ourselves to 20 to 30 minutes so that they can still benefit from going back, getting their lesson, and getting their work done. We don't want to interfere with that. And so when it comes to some of the more chronic needs of our students, like say a complicated trauma, trauma in and of itself can look so different, and it's a very delicate issue. I don't take it lightly when a student is reporting trauma, and schools are not the place to treat trauma, because you're asking that child to open up this wound, this event that was life-threatening to them. They perceived it to be life-threatening. And so I can't ethically, or any of our mental health professionals here, open up that wound and have them close it back up and be able to function in the classroom. It's not realistic, and it's not fair to that child. They're gonna feel uncomfortable. They're gonna feel exposed after even talking a little bit of that trauma. And to properly treat it, you need to treat it with the appropriate therapy. So young children benefit more from play therapy, right? And we are not equipped to do play therapy. And none of our therapists are certified play therapists. We do general therapy, and we go to the most used approaches like solution-focused brief therapy, cognitive behavior therapy, and dialectic, where we're focusing on the thinking, feeling, doing, as well as skills to uplift them so that they can self-regulate. Young, like really young children, like toddler, preschool age, those children benefit the most from the parent-child therapy. So it's both of them coming together in a play space so that they can communicate the best. We're not set up to provide that service as well. There are other forms of treatment that are really good for trauma, such as EMDR, the eye movement desensitization processing. And that requires minimum an hour, if not more, because it has the process of going into the trauma and creating safety for the person, and then being able to resolve or speak about one small aspect and then coming back out and being safe again. We're not set up to be able to provide those kinds of services. So on the frequently asked questions, there's also a question on what do we focus on, right? We do support trauma, but in a very different way. So what we do is one, you have to build a trusting relationship with that child. And some children have been hurt multiple times by multiple people in multiple ways. And it's really hard to establish trust in a month or two. Some children take years to be able to develop trust with someone. The second goal that we focus on is increasing self-awareness. If I know what's happening to me, then I have a leverage, right? I can't breathe right now. Okay, you can't breathe. We're going to slow down. We're going to breathe really deep and then let it out really slow. And so once they can control their breathing, then we can ask, where is it in your body? Where's the sensation? What's your body telling you, right? And then we can focus on that part of the body. And sometimes I find it easier with younger children. You can prompt the child to talk to that body part or to talk to that feeling that's in that body part so that they can feel more relaxed and in control of what's happening to them. Once a child or any individual can understand what's happening, then we can move on to the next goal, which is improving the self-regulation. And we see it a lot in our elementary sites, like the kids are using the techniques and strategies that we teach them. And I'm not just talking about the mental health team. The school psychologist team does this a lot as well. And so do behavior technicians. Like we teach them skills, we practice skills so that they are in control when these difficult moments come up. And then the last goal that we have on there, we don't always get to it, which is the resolve, release, and reframe of whatever is causing their stress. And that one takes a little more insight. We find that students in middle school are sometimes able to work on that, and definitely here at the high school. So we have some amazing breakthroughs with some of our students that are able to find healing in those 20 to 30 minutes that we provide. But it takes a lot of awareness and self-management. And the first leap is to trust one of us here at school to be able to do that work. And because we're not open year-round, it would be unethical for us to say that we are their sole providers, especially when students have like ups and downs and crises. The best, most ethical way to receive treatment is, yes, get what you need in the moment at school and access outside services that can continue to provide you with that 1 hour every week, and maybe even a psychiatrist to get medication to help you in the beginning. So it really does look different. And some of our students even have an IEP or a 504 plan. Some of them are just starting off with an SST. And so they're getting all these different layers. It's not just a one and done. And for many of our students, we see them for multiple years. We try not to do that to them because then it creates this codependency, and that's not what we aim to do. We want them to feel independent and in control of their bodies and their emotions and their behavior. So we want to empower. So we give them short term, which can be up to like 16 sessions. And then we kind of take a step back, and if you need me, come back. Let me know. We don't close the door on students, and we don't say, no, you got services last school year. We do try to serve them in some way that would be the most beneficial according to the data that we're given.
Thank you. For external services that you mentioned, like Monterey Behavioral Health, do you just give them a referral or a phone number, or is that a service that comes to our district and provides the service within our, like, for example, we went to the Family Resource Center, it was designed for that, for them to come to spaces like the Family Resource Center and provide direct services there. Are we bringing them in, or are we just telling families, here's a number and go find the service?
So, unfortunately, after COVID, Monterey County Behavioral Health did not renew the contract to return to providing direct services at the plaza. We reached out to multiple directors and chiefs at that department, and we were not able to connect with someone that could renew that contract. So right now, what we have is students who have mental health services on their IEP. Yes, MCBH comes to the school and they provide their services there at the school. There are students who do not have mental health services on an IEP. And we welcome those therapists to come onto our campuses, and we will provide a space for them to meet with the students if the parents are not able to take them. We've offered the Family Resource Center to other agencies to come and serve students in our community as well. Community Human Services used to come and use our office as well. They have not done it lately, but we continue to reach out to these different partners, letting them know that we have space at our school sites. We have space at our resource center so that children can have continued services. I also know that Monterey County Behavioral Health has ability to transport children. So when I'm supporting a family to get connected to services, I'm asking for those services. Can your behavior aide come pick up the student and take them to the appointment to meet with their therapist? And they've done that. For multiple students, we've made those arrangements for them so that the parents don't have to take time off of work to drive to these appointments. There's still a lot of barriers to getting outside services. Yes, sometimes they get a phone number, but for the most part, when they have Medi-Cal, we're instructing them, please go to Monterey County Behavioral Health in building 400 outside Natividad, and they will take every single walk-in. And I tell them to get there before 3 p.m. My team tells them to get there before 3 p.m. so that they can receive a screening and then they get an appointment to get connected with a therapist and or a psychiatrist. Some folks have private insurance, and so we connect them to Ohana. And Ohana does a great job of reaching back out to me, at least at the resource center, and kind of connecting around the treatment that they're receiving at school, at their facility, and then how we can support at the school sites. There's a lot of communication with outside providers between the mental health therapist at the schools and that outside provider, or sometimes the school psychologist and that outside provider, so that we can do similar things at school to support the student.
How many red flags do you have a day?
Red flags?
You said
from
the monitoring, the self
from the emotion tracker?
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, we get a lot more from Beacon, but I know I've been in communication here with the therapist Sandy Python, and I believe the last estimate she gave me was about 3 to 4 students per week on the emotion tracker, that they write something that catches her eye and then she'll go check in on them. But Beacon, I think it's more like yeah, multiple per day. I want to say 5 at least per day. Yeah, across the whole district.
Yeah. Just that Beacon flags our students that are looking at self-harm or suicidal ideation. And those notifications go to our teams at our sites. And on the weekends, they come to me and the evenings. And we address them. When we get them, we screen them. We look and see if they're truly, sometimes they're assignments where students are reflecting on their journey in their life. And sometimes they are requests for help. And so our teams respond to those as crises. And this school year, we have transported we've had to call Seneca, the mobile crisis response team, several times at different sites to respond to those needs and get students help.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to open it up for any public comment. Shu? All right, closing public comment. Any final thoughts? Student trustee.
From a student's perspective, I think this is really important just because it obviously provides like information to the adults on like how to intervene, but it also like it gives students like kind of a chance to reflect and kind of like the questions are a lot of reflection on like what you've been feeling and what environment you're kind of in. And I think that's what a lot of people need because it's not really like something that you're thinking about a lot, but it's kind of just makes you think like, wow, like it like makes you think. And I think it's important that we have that because that's not really something that's identified in school regularly. So I'm glad that we're taking this path to kind of mental wellness for our students.
Trustee Diaz.
Thank you for all the information. I've definitely been wanting to hear details of the mental health in our district. It's so very important, and the trend is, obviously going up, and yeah, just seeing all the different methods and the tracking is super great. And like you guys were alluding to or saying, you know, so many kids are different, and different things work for different kids. And I, you know, I have a child that was getting anxiety last year, the last school year, and didn't know how to handle it, and got brought in, and it was like he had uh different little sessions with a couple different people, and then I came in without him and sat with like 5 people, and just went over like what we could do or what's been going on, um and I suffered from anxiety for like almost 15 years, and it took a long time to figure out what would work for me to make me feel uh whatever regular, I guess, without the anxiety, I guess. um and going to even doctor visits and finding out that's nothing's wrong with me, and whether it be endoscopy or images of my heart, and it's anxiety, and they say my chest pain is anxiety. So I ended up, kind of helping out my son also, and telling him, hey, I use this oximeter on my finger and it tells me that I'm all right. It shows my pulse and it shows my oxygen, and he hasn't been back since. I mean, or at least, he's been better this year. I haven't heard anything, or So I'm just so proud that we have this. I'm proud that super happy with all you guys so much. And I just want to encourage the district and my colleagues that this is always going to be needed, and if not needed more, the staffing and everything. And so just it makes me extremely happy. Thank you guys so much.
Trustee Reese?
I just want to start by saying thank you. Mental health is really critical. And the truth is there's not enough mental health providers. It's probably almost like, I think you can use the word crisis, because we do have a lot of students, community members, parents that are at their wits' end. We have a lot of students going through a lot of different things. Some of them are normal adolescents, and some of them are, as you referred to, Patty, true trauma. That is probably going to take a lifetime of managing and dealing with it to heal. So I just want to thank you for what you do. And I know there's always more we could do. The truth is that we're not necessarily equipped to provide that level of care to our students. And it's really I think, a national problem. How do we create more therapists, more psychologists, more psychiatrists, and make mental health and the care of those that are going through mental health crisis or anxiety or in any number of symptoms, be able to respond and address it. But thank you for the work you do, and thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate it.
Trustee DeMarco?
Well, obviously there's a thank you for what you guys do, but I'm gonna offer a little bit of a constructive criticism here. When trustees ask you questions, we don't know a lot of the jargon. You're the experts, we're not. We can get lost in some of the answers. So, and it's kind of difficult because we're expected to make all these decisions, but I'm like, I'll be honest with you, I'm not in your guys' field. I don't know anything about your field and how decisions are made. And I get confused a lot. And chances are, if I get confused a lot, just like I told my students when I taught the other person, there's probably more. So I just want to offer that little bit of tidbit when you're talking to like you're talking to the layperson, someone who has no idea of any of the words, stuff like that, because really we don't. We might act like we want to, but we don't. And I'm piggyback that on from what I heard parents telling our president. There might be people that are hearing some what we can and what cannot offer. Chances are they have no idea what you're saying. If we just have a moment to say, like, I know I gave the answer, I know I'm doing my best, but did they understand what I was offering? Because I think there's a little bit of miscommunication going on, because we are getting calls from parents that are saying, like, hey, these are issues that we're having, these are going on. No one's listening to me. They're coming to us, and then we're asking you, and then you're telling us, no, we did do this, and I believe you did. But the miscommunication part right there is they're probably hearing how you guys talk in the office, how everybody else talks in the field, and they're not aware of or truly understanding it. Probably a little bit intimidated because it's scary to ask for help. And then when you ask them, did you understand? Yeah. In reality, they did not. So I just want to offer that little tidbit of saying, hey, let's slow down. Does my audience hear what I'm actually saying? Because I'm going to be honest with you, there's a lot of big stuff that I'm like, what's going over my head. So.
Thank you. Trustee Chevalier?
I just, again, you guys, this tool that you just spoke about how important it is for our students and the way we've evolved since after COVID, it's so important, to have these types of tools and these types of information for our kids to be able to really express their feelings. I really appreciate the way you described all the layers of services. It was really helpful for me. I'm aware of some of it, but I wasn't aware of all those different layers that you guys do. I think that's great. And I know from just even going today on the family resource event and speaking to some of your staff, I was having some of these conversations, on how do you handle these parents that come in for these services and things like that. And I was talking to two of your staff members, and they were talking about the partnerships that they're developing to bring more and more resources because of what you just said. I heard that today, that they did that contract, they didn't want to renew the contract. And it's because it's such a dire need right now. It's such a huge need. And I agree that there's just not enough for everyone. And it's unfortunate what's ahead of us. You know, with this new administration cutting back on Medi-Cal, and this is why we're on a strong campaign right now to just let all these parents know that there's a lot of resources out there, but we just got to partner and plug those in. And now that I've been getting more involved in these types of resources in Monterey County, I'm so impressed with so many resources out there. I had no idea. And so I agree, people don't know until you are in that situation. And then you have to depend on someone to educate you about those resources, because there is out there, there's resources. But when you go down to the deep mental health services, I think that's where it's limited, especially the way you explained it, Patty. You're very knowledgeable, and I could see that you're very passionate, and just listening to the stats that somebody asked on the stats of what you're getting on the red flags. That's alarming, you know, to find out. We've heard that it's increased, but coming today and seeing that wellness center down there, it's just another layer, right? It's another layer for a safe place for students when they're having these different emotions, right? To be able to go in there and just kind of rejuvenate. I know I did what I said in there for 5 minutes. I said, we need to have our meetings in there. So I just really appreciate your presentation today, all the information that you shared, all the different layers that you explained. It's very complex, and I know that we're going to continue to evolve and educate. And I just appreciate all the effort that it takes behind it, because it's a very, very emotional, sensitive role that you guys are in providing this type of service today with our students. So thank you.
Dr. Turk, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, so team, first of all, thank you so much. This is such a complicated, complex issue, mental health, right? But I want to focus in on a couple of things. So first of all, we know the need is out there. Secondly, we're moving in the right direction, right? So I'm looking at the data from the from last year to the from this year. Yes, there's still needs. Yes, we're still going to try and meet them, but we are going in the right direction. And that's because of the progress of you and your teams. The tier 1, which you're putting in at all levels, right? The tier 2 and the tier 3. If we can all do this, okay? And then just think, this is how I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling confused. I need to take a break. Right? If we can all do this, okay, I think, you know, those sort of things are helpful. So I want to say thank you for all of the work. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. I know mental health and social emotional learning is a very complex, very needed, and there's a lot of resources that are missing, and there's going to be even more resources missing in the next couple of years. This morning I was with county, and they were talking about all the federal impacts and programs, not only in the education, but in healthcare and all these things, and everything's going to decrease, and the needs are increasing. And I appreciate the different levels that exist, but because it's a very complex topic, it's really important that we are very transparent and clear with our families on what exists and what doesn't exist and why. That it's not because we don't want to, that it's not because we are saying we can't, but it's because of the different also requirements. I appreciate Patty saying ethically, you have ethical things that you have to follow as a professional. I think that's really crucial for our parents, and they are understanding of that. Our students, our families understand when you are real to them and when you explain the reality of the situation. But when they don't understand and they're seeing the needs and they're seeing everything and they're not understanding really the complexity of what's happening, for them it's a straightforward, you're refusing, yet they're saying that there is services, but then you're refusing services. What's really going on? And it's this competitive message. So I know you had workshops about mental health and everything. I think there should be workshops about the system itself. And I'll talk more on my board report on what I'm doing with some of the parents. But I think just understanding the complexity of the situation so that they can understand why a service is done a certain way and how it's the best way for the student, it's crucial because then we have true cooperation on bringing more services, on understanding the levels of services and understanding why we have our own limitations as a district. And also why we're looking at the best interest of our student, right? And doing it in the best way possible. So I really would recommend that there's more awareness of true awareness, because it's great to have these tools to collect data and everything, but I've always said, why do we collect so much stuff, so much data, if we're not going to have an action about it, if we're not going to have a resource to address that high need of whatever the data is giving us. So let's plan on collecting data, but let's plan on how do we make the best with bringing in the resources or the needs with the data that we collect. It's not easy, your job. I give you my respects for choosing that career because it's not an easy. But please let us know as a board, we're always making decisions. Let us know what are the gaps. What are the gaps and how can we support on those gaps so that we can then support our students so that our students can actually succeed and become more aware of the topic, become more aware of the different layers and the different approaches and why those approaches will look different. And then also I'm hearing all these partners that we supposedly have and that they're bringing in mental health service and everything. But if we're just providing, and I appreciate that you're not just giving them a number, because I've worked with Monterey County Behavioral Health. They're completely impacted. And giving them a number or saying like it's not going to work for our families, especially for our families who are already having so many other barriers. So I appreciate you doing that direct, warm connection of the service. And this is really important because I've been, for the past 3, 4, 5 months, I've been hearing about the need that is existing. And I feel like it's going to increase. So I'm really worried about the services that are being offered and how do we fill in gaps and services. So please continue to think of outside the box, continue to think of what we can do as a board and let us know, because that's important for our families. It's important for our students. They cannot learn if they are not emotionally well. So I thank you for your work and I thank you for the support and continue to bring on the needs that your department has. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do we need a break or do we move? Let's move on. All right. Let's move on to our next section, and it's public comment on non-agenda items. And I have 2 so far. Vera? And I believe Vera is going to do it in Spanish. So let's bring the interpreter first.
Buenas tardes. Les invito a pensar, bueno, yo vengo hoy a hablar sobre el involucramiento de padres. Escribí un mensaje y dice así: les invito a pensar en la participación de los padres, pero antes de eso, en cómo involucrarlos. No pueden participar si no están involucrados. Si queremos que los padres participen, necesitamos crear relaciones significativas y oportunidades reales para involucrarlos, no solo marcar la casilla. Desde el año pasado, hemos pedido más atención a esta meta del distrito, especialmente en fortalecer la participación en ILAC y en el consejo escolar, entre otras, y en tomar acciones en lugar de más encuestas. Cuando los padres sienten que su voz importa, las familias se sienten bienvenidas y nuestros estudiantes se benefician. Ahora la pregunta es, ¿cómo llegaremos a involucrar a los padres? Gracias. Otro punto que tengo es también, me gustaría más información sobre el programa bilingüe, que es Biliteracy. Sé que es un programa bebé, que apenas creo tiene pocos años. Siento que están haciendo buen trabajo las maestras, pero siento que ocupa más fuerza, siento que ocupa más entrenamiento. Los padres necesitamos más información. Entonces me gustaría invitarlos, si es posible, a darle esas herramientas a los maestros o invitar a nuestro personal, a invitarlos si les gustaría ser parte del programa bilingüe, ayudarlos a que puedan ir a la escuela, a que agarren las clases que necesitan, porque es buen programa, mi niña está ahí, le está yendo muy bien, pero siento que le falta más fuerza y ocupamos más información para los padres porque sabemos que están ahí y está el 10% de inglés y luego el 20%, pero es todo lo que sabemos, necesitamos más información. Gracias.
Gracias.
¿Quieres decir algo?
Good evening. My name is Vera, and I would like to invite you. Well, I'm here to talk to you about parent involvement, and I've written out a message. I invite you to think about parent participation, but before then, I would like to talk about how to get parents involved. They cannot participate if they are not involved. If we would like parents to participate, we need to create important, meaningful relationships and real opportunities that actually get people involved rather than just checking a square. Since last year, we have asked for more attention regarding this district goal, especially in terms of strengthening the participation in ELAC and the school site council, among others. And also in regards to taking action rather than just completing surveys. When parents feel that their voice matters, families feel welcome and our students benefit. Now the question is, how do we get parents involved? Thank you. One other issue that I'd like to mention, another point, I would also like to get more information regarding the bilingual program, also known as the biliteracy program, which I know is in its infancy. It's only been implemented for 2 to 3 years, but I am seeing and noticing that this program needs to be strengthened. Teachers need more training for this program to become stronger than it is now. I know that this program is still in its infancy, but it would be important to strengthen it. Teachers should receive more tools. There should be opportunities for the rest of the staff to become involved in this bilingual program, to offer them classes and to strengthen the program. We don't know enough about it. We just know that it starts with 10% English, then 20% English. It is a good program. My daughter is in it, but we do need more information.
Thank you. Gracias. Beatriz.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Beatriz Alonso. Solo hablo para pedirles si se pudiera ayudarnos a todos los papás que tenemos hijos. Vengo a pedirles a que tomemos un tiempo para pensar en un plan que podemos ayudarnos a los padres para ser más involucrados en las escuelas y en la educación de nuestros hijos. Necesitamos entrenamientos sobre cómo funciona el sistema escolar. Por ejemplo, la transportación, la nutrición de los niños. Hay información sobre el programa bilingüe, que nos falta un poquito más de orientación para saber cómo funciona desde un principio hasta un final. También necesitamos clubs para los niños que puedan involucrarse ellos mismos para que se sientan que ellos también valen como nosotros los adultos, y que estén contentos como actividades que pongan actividades diferentes, pues para que ellos puedan sentirse mm, amados, podemos decir, y contentos. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Beatriz Alonso, and I am here speaking on behalf of us parents who have children and how we can help parents become more involved in the school and our children's education. For example, I would like to request that we think of a plan in which we can help parents to become more involved in the school, in our children's education. We need training to learn how the school system works. For example, how the transportation, nutrition, program works, information regarding the bilingual education program. We also need more clubs for children so that they can feel involved as well, and so that they can feel that they matter, and so that they can feel happy knowing that they can achieve anything they'd like. We would like to learn how certain programs like the bilingual education program works from beginning to end. And again, more clubs for children to participate in which they can have different activities, feel valued, and feel loved and happy.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Zoom? We will need the
Buenas tardes a todos. Bienvenido y bienvenido yo también. Es que hoy sí tengo ganas de reírme. Yo vine este día para pedirle de favor que porque hubo cambio de horario en los comentarios hoy en la mesa directiva. Lo digo porque a veces como que se nos hace un poquito tarde para los comentarios. Y ahorita que yo estoy interesada en entrar en clase de inglés, entonces mi clase era a las 6 a 8. Y entonces yo necesito esas herramientas, porque estamos hablando de herramientas, ok. Yo necesito esa herramienta para yo poder ayudar a mis hijos también. Y quisiera yo saber sobre eso. Otra, ¿cómo funciona el fondo de este distrito? También queremos saber eso. Porque a veces lamentablemente no sabemos cómo funciona, de qué manera y en dónde lo están usando. Otra ya es medio año y dónde están las informaciones. No hemos visto nada. El año pasado pedimos, pues varias cosas para la escuela. Nos dicen, ¿qué es la necesidad de ustedes? Nosotros lo ponemos, pero ya va más de 3 años y sigue siendo lo mismo. No hay acción, no vemos lo que
nos están pidiendo que queremos que vean, nomás es como dicen. A veces como cuando yo voy a un taller, voy y junto, lleno mi mochila de libro, pero no uso ni una, o ni no se está viendo los beneficios. La última es, ¿por qué tiene que ser escogidos los niños cuando tienen que participar? A mi punto de vista, a mí me gustaría que todos los participantes fueran escogidos. Todo un padre se va a sentir orgulloso de sus hijos. Oh, pues todos los estudiantes participaron. No, yo pienso que no hay padre que diga, oh, no, mi hijo se quedó, qué bueno. Yo pienso, yo como madre, entonces a mí sí me gustaría que no solamente mi hijo, yo quisiera que todos los estudiantes que estuvieran participando. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Hey, good evening to all. Welcome to everyone. Welcome to me as well. That was a joke. I feel like laughing today. Why was there? I wanted to ask, first of all, why was there a schedule tonight to the board meeting? Some of us are interested in making public comment, but I have a class from 6 to 8 in which I am obtaining tools, and this is what we've been talking about, gaining tools to help our children. And so that was one thing I wanted to question, why the schedule change. Another thing, how does district funding work? Where are funds being used? We are halfway through the year, and where is this information? We haven't heard it. Last year, we were asked what was needed. It's been 3 years of us giving input on what the needs are, but no action has been taken. We learn new tools, we go to workshops, but it's as if I'm collecting all of these tools into my backpack and then not using them. Lastly, I believe all children should be chosen to participate. Why is it that only some children are chosen? I believe all of us parents would feel proud if we saw our child participate and not left behind. That's something that I believe all parents would want to see, that all children participate, not just some.
Thank you. Any Zoom public comment? All right, closing public comment. I'm moving on to board reports, and I'll start with our student trustee.
Okay. So today I wanted to start with our week of giving. If I can get the next slide, please. Thank you. Our week of giving, which is this week, it's just like a way to celebrate the first week before Thanksgiving break. Today was thankful throwback. So it's kind of like decades where we had yesterday was Harvest Hat Day, and we had in the forum we had a poster open to all of our students to write like something they're thankful for or someone they're grateful for, and put it on a leaf, and we had our tree grow on our poster in the forum. On Monday we had Pumpkin Spice Day, and we gave out hot chocolate at break before school. And tomorrow's Friendsgiving Frenzy, which is Twin Day, and we have friendship bracelet making at lunch. Next, we have our ASB class attended the California, I actually don't know what that stands for, but it's like a leadership conference with all of the leadership classes in the county. And they all come together. They have a couple keynote speakers just talking about what it means to be a leader, what it means to represent your school, and how you can become a better leader. There's also a lot of networking opportunities. with other schools and their ASBs, kind of like what they do and how we can implement the things that we like to see over there here. That picture on the right is the beginning rally where we all just scream chants at each other and who could be the loudest. And yeah, it was a good time. I also attended the student board training for the Monterey County Office of Education last Thursday. It was actually really insightful. I got to meet a lot of other student board members, kind of felt like less alone and kind of being thrown into being a board member. But it was a great networking opportunity. It was led by Dr. Kitamura. She had been a prior superintendent, board member. I believe she dabbled in law too. She was really insightful as well. She kind of reminded us how important our role is as student board members and the power our voices hold. And there was a lot of things I got from the other schools that I'm trying to implement here, and then I'm kind of excited to see how it progresses. And then we have just around campus, we have our canned food drive for all of November. It's open to anybody in the community if you're interested. We had a National Candy Day where we gave out bags of candies or bags of candy at lunch, and we ran out pretty quickly. And then we have our student versus staff dodgeball still coming up. We had to postpone it, but we're hoping to get that back running after break. The Great Gummy Hunt, I believe that was like a treasure hunt for gummy bears. And whoever got the most gummy bears and brought them to our room got a prize. And then we also had a poster. It was just kind of like a kind word. If you have a kind word, it was open in the forum, and you're welcome to write any kind note and leave it there for the school to read throughout the day. And yeah. So coming up, we obviously have Thanksgiving break next week. For our winter sports, I believe girls soccer had a game today, but it got canceled because due to the weather. Oh, I actually didn't know that. But yeah, they're starting, and girls basketball and boys basketball both have their alumni games tomorrow, where the alumni come back and they play. It's mostly like just a way to give back to the community and get everybody back involved on campus. And we also have our winter week, the week before winter break. We've decided our theme, and we're hoping to publicize that soon. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Trustee Diaz.
Thank you. There's quite a few things. I went to the Community Schools Conference at the Steinbeck Center and sat at a table with mostly, I think, all North County staff, Dr. Turner, Yvette, Mr. C, Suley, and it was really good to see what other districts are doing, share each other's stories, methods, and network. And they did a great job. Dr. Turner spoke at one, and Yvette spoke at one, and I think Mr. C did. You could only watch two of them out of the three, each breakout group. But it was great. It was a great thing. The spread was good, like continental breakfast, and lunch was really good. Also, went to the fall sports banquet the other night, and Mr. Kilty did a great job with the scholastic, recognizing the scholastic student scholastic achievements, and then they had breakout rooms per sport, and went to my daughter's, and then for flag football, and then I had I had a rec center meeting last night, and we created a committee for the Artichoke Festival to come back to Castroville and set a date for early September of next year, 2026. And We appointed our very own Ray Torres and Jacqueline Simon from the fire district as the people on that committee. And there's like kind of like a tiered system of, you know, you have your entities, you know, your districts, fire districts and sheriff at the top, and then businesses, real big businesses in the middle, and then nonprofits and clubs in tier 3, and everyone will, you know, participate and chip in and volunteer and have subcommittees and their own stuff to do to help put it on, and it's going to be so great because it was the best. I mean, if you know, you know. I mean, Arts Festival being in Castroville just feels so great. What else? I attended a couple online trainings, you know, just like we usually are required to, but I just do these on my own. For these ones were fair political practices, just to, you know, beef up on everything. And then lastly, you know, it's not unknown that I, you know, have, you know, anxiety, and it kind of prevents me, you know, from going to stores or going to, you know, meetings sometimes, and even getting out of my car sometimes. But it helps. It I make decisions sometimes that, you know, I don't, and I kind of was wondering if we could get me to go to the conference. I don't know. I mean, if that's possible, getting a hotel and maybe registering, but you could tell me later. I mean, you don't have to tell me in front of everyone. But I'd like to go and drive up, you know, so we'll see.
Thank you, Trustee Diaz. Trustee Reese. Trustee DeMarco.
It's barely out of my glasses. Pat here? Or do you take off already? Pat Bowman?
I don't think he's here.
So who's above Pat? Is it Dr. Turkey or Superintendent Garcia that is with CTE?
You're the
Oh, no.
supervisor for
Yeah,
Pat.
you're the boss. So, so, and I want, so, well, you know, and I'm hoping you can help me out because, and especially since you're a boss, I want you to throw them this. I want to give him a really a personal shout out. And I want to recognize him. He's for those who don't know, he's our district CTE coordinator. Great hire. We did a site visit at the high school with Dr. Turkey, President Melgoza, and myself. And I think Kim was there too. But of course my computer's doing what it's doing. But because it's restarting, because I had my notes of all the stuff that he brought us to. He took us to the culinary. Culinary's what an improvement with culinary. He's taking it out of the classroom and they're switching it to it's a more commercial culinary program with our students. What they have the first serve safe certificate they're doing now. They had what are the other certificates they had?
They also tour this commercial.
Yeah, the kids went into to our cafeteria. Hairnets. I mean, they're being a part of it. Like if they're working at
Partnering with Director Sandra Ridden.
I was just blown away with to see in 1 year how much our program has been going forward. So have to give him a shout out. I have to give everybody a shout out there. And you know what he did different than no one's ever done in 2 years? He provided us a schedule, handouts, information. It was amazing to see the professionalism of the CTE program and what's going on with the district. It was just exciting. I'm like, wow, this is the stuff that just actually, I was without words, just blown away. I'm like, wow, this is really good work. And like I said, it sucks that my computer just died right now on me. They did other certificates for culinary. It's going to kill me that I don't know it. Then we went
it's like safe food handling, and
because I was writing down all the notes and it's amazing. And we went then to the auto body shop. Kids were learning about electric vehicles, which I didn't even know we were doing that already. They were what else were they doing? I guess the other shit, there's like a faucet. Diesel
is the next thing.
They're moving to diesel, but I was writing down all the certificates that kids were getting now today. They could walk straight out of the classroom, show it to a place of work that they're interested, and show that they have more than just, I just got a high school diploma. I got a high school diploma and I have some basic knowledge that you can't take a chance out on me. So it was, went into the welding program. I saw that they were doing dual enrollment with Hartnell for the welding 150 program. So to get double credit, I didn't know we were doing that already. I know we talked about it. But that's already happening. I mean, it's just, you're seeing all these improvements. We went into mechatronics. Now my computer pulled up. With mechatronics, they were offering the FAA Part 107 license for drone piloting, which is the exact same license that airplane pilots take for ground school, that our students are getting the opportunity to get in high school. And that gives students an opportunity you cannot make money with drones unless without your 107 license. And our students are capable of doing that now. And it's actually a rare skill because a lot of people don't want to take that class because it's very long. So, and it was exciting to see that we offer that. Mechatronics, let me see if I can figure it out. What is mechatronics? It was like mechanized robots with
Like the blend of robotics, electrical engineering, and mechanical engineering.
Kids who are not in calculus were being pushed to do calculus in mechatronics. Kids who were like, oh, I want to learn something fun, but I'm gonna do something slightly different, are now being exposed to higher level math and gaining the confidence that, hey, I might be in, integrated math 2, maybe struggling integrated math 3, not realizing that they're doing higher level college course math at our school. We're pushing them. It's a great, and by using hands-on experiences like mechatronics programming, it was just very it was very motivating to see that. It's just like, and this is less than 1 year.
He's only been here for about 6 months, so I think we can imagine what can happen as we move forward.
Yeah, just mind blowing on stupid computer. But and then the last one we went to the health and how much they're changing health. So and, he was open to ideas because you want to be careful with being a trustees and talking like this, but he was open to mine and Adriana's idea about, do we really need the ambulance there? So, and the fact that they want to remove that and add hospital beds all across the back and turn it into a real health facility, which it just blew me out of the water. It was more than just basic. Let's just have an elective and we don't know what we're doing. We have a plan. He showed us the plans with everybody, which courses are 3-year courses, which years are 2 years courses. I had to give him a shout out today and had to give shout out to you. And that's why I know how I like to joke around with the way my deadpan humor when I brought you to the podium, but I want his bosses to know. I was like, wow, that was motivating. That's the stuff that we want to see. Like I said, just the extreme organizational skills, positivity. He's an expert in his field. Took us everywhere. He was just blowing us away out of the water. I'm like, I've seen that. That's showing us that the needle's moving, and that you guys are really taking the bull by the horn here.
We'll make sure that he knows, and I also want to call out Kim McCulloch, who works with him on this as the director of teaching and learning. So I will pass the love over to Mr. Bowman. So thank you for acknowledging him. He appreciates that.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Thanks for running a good program there.
Right. Trustee Chavarria.
Hey, thank you for the insight. Definitely would love to, because I know we talked about what's going on with CTE, program, because we haven't been to a meeting in a while. So it's good to hear that that's happening, and hopefully some of us can go check that out too. But I went to a couple of things but I won't do a shout out for the resource festival. I think I was the only board trustee there. Would anybody else go? No, on Sunday? It was awesome. And, we talked about resources for families. That was the event that there was so many partners, so many resources there. And I literally took the time to go and go to every single table to see the type of services that they provide. And I even took the time to kind of see if they actually provided information and they had registrations for these parents to call them back, for them to call them back. So it was really good to see that. I mean, the way it flowed, I mean, we were afraid of the weather, but it turned out good. Everything was in the community center. The DJ, I don't know, the D is Echo Valley. Is he, did he leave already? Is he there? Oh, we sent him home to go Mimi's? Okay. Well, those, you know, now that he's been his students, the DJ club, I just love that. I love the way that they are good MCs and they got everybody dancing on the floor. But more than anything, it was a resource fair and there was a lot of resources there. And I purposely went out to see the types of resources and the partners that they've developed. And it was good to see that parents were engaging. The other thing is that today, just thank you for taking us on the tour on the Wellness Center. I don't know if everybody else has done that yet, but we got to sit in those chairs. I mean, because we got here early. So you're like, hey, you want to go take a look at it? I was really impressed. And I'm so glad that the students, I mean, there was one student in there, you know, talking about how much he really enjoys it. Just the ambiance when you walk in, you know, the chairs, the warmth. She showed us the fishes in there. People are writing stories and talking to them. It's very therapeutic, you know. Have you been in there yet? I was impressed, right? We've been talking about what that's going to look like. I didn't expect it to look like that, you know, so I was really impressed with that. I know that I just want to also announce that we have a food distribution for my organization, LULAC, and this is going to be our 5th annual one. I know Dr. Turkey, you went last year. We do it every year for Thanksgiving and for Christmas, and we're doing it this Monday, and it's going to be from 9 to 11. And I have to say, like we mentioned earlier, a lot of these programs are being deducted. We heard about SNAP. We heard about all these things. Just me driving to work yesterday and the day before, I see these food distributions in Salinas, and I see them once a month. The lines were used to be halfway. Now the lines are going around twice around the building. Early in the morning, these families are standing there waiting for food. You know, it breaks my heart, you know, because we know there's a big need out there. So I invite you guys. We do have, you know, Diana Jimenez is part of my LULAC, and she chairs this, but we're going to have probably 300 kits to give out to families. Last year we had 500. So it's unfortunate because they line up at 6 a.m. out there. So we'll be out there at 7:30 in the morning. And then I just wanted to give a shout out to, you know, the EL program is obviously an area that we know that's very important in our district. And when I was at a GABE board meeting last weekend, they were talking about the California Seal of Biliteracy, how impressive the numbers were. 78,000 students in California received the Seal of Biliteracy. And I know that last year, I remember Ms. Tostada talking about the numbers here at our district. And I just hope that that continues, you know, and GABE was a part of that movement with the state. But it's just impressive to see those numbers in 1 year, in just 1 year. But other than that, I'm really glad to be able to attend all these things that are happening. And yeah, that's what I have.
All right. Thank you. I've attended several things, but I think one of the highlights of what I've done is I met with a group of parents and with a group of community members. And it was great to be able to meet with them and be able to hear not only what they want to learn and how they want to learn it, but also how they want to be involved in our district. And I want to say that I appreciate their trust and I appreciate their willingness to involve me, to be part of their group and part of their efforts to make our district a better space for everyone, a more inclusive space, a space where we are understanding how it works and understanding together and how we can make it a better place. And I'm letting them know that I will continue to meet with them. I will continue to be available for anyone who wants to meet with us, talk to me, talk to any one of us, but I'm open to talking to any of you and meeting with any of you to continue to improve, continue to involve you, continue to be part of this district. I know it has, one of the concerns is it has felt like it hasn't been involved. It hasn't been inclusive, but let me tell you, I am here and I commit to being inclusive of every person in our district, every student. And I really want to thank you all, and you know, all of you who participated there. I want to thank you for trusting that I can come into your space and provide you the little knowledge that I know of how the system of the school, how complex it is, but also how you can truly be engaged and involved in this system. So I want to thank you for involving me on all this, and I appreciate it. I also want to thank the entire board and the school district for last board meeting on acknowledging and bringing up Dr. Bersamin and dedicating some time of the meeting for Dr. Bersamin, and he was a great mentor pillar. And my way of involving people, I learned it from him. Being genuine, being caring, listening, appreciate the trust and the space, and then listening on how I can bring a space to you instead of asking you to come to my space. I am here to be at your space, not for you to come to my space. So I really wanted to publicly say that I will continue to do that. I will continue to come and be at your spaces and be involved with you and figure out how to make our space better for all of us. And then I also participated in other things, but I also want to say I participated today, especially at the Resource Center. I worked at the Resource Center, so that's also a space for me. But it was great to see the speaker being acknowledged, Diana Jimenez. She walks her talk. She really has been genuine about involving community and has been doing amazing stuff, including the Thanksgiving and Thanksgiving stuff for years. So I was really happy to see her and the rest of the coalition originals be able to be honored. And then I want to wish my son a happy birthday. Today my son turns 20. So I want to wish him a happy birthday. He's off in college, not around, but I'm really proud of my son. So I wanted to wish him publicly happy birthday. I know he's not going to like that, but te amo, Ángel. Go ahead.
Happy birthday to your son. Okay, gosh, what a lot of really great order calls. Thank you. That was really, really stellar. Okay, so first slide here. Next slide, please. So we're going to do some recognition of some of our sports teams. So first up there, we have the girls' flag football. So several players out of the girls' flag football actually made the all-league team, including the defensive player of the year in the division. The girls' volleyball team here, they made the first round of the CCS playoffs. I think it's the first time they've done that in 20 years. Okay. And they also made athletic league, all league team. Next slide, please. Okay, so our football team, even though they didn't make it to the playoffs this year, several players did make the Pacific Coast Athletic League All Team, including the All League Sportsmanship Award. And we have 3 of our cross-country stars who have made it to the state championships. And so they're going to be going off, I believe it's to Clovis in about a week to compete in an overnighter there. So we wish them all the best and speedy heels and speedy feet. Next slide, please. So yes, okay, the student board member training. So went there with Adriana, and it was pretty fantastic, actually. And it gives you a lot of hope, actually, for the future when you see all of these amazing young people who are showing such leadership, asking great questions, coming up with really good ideas, and it just makes you feel that the future's in good hands. Because of our student board members here. And I learned a lot as well. And I thought it was a really fun time. And you could see the students learning a lot, making connections with one another and that sort of thing. So yeah, super positive. Next slide, please. Okay, so the Community Resource Festival, which Martha was mentioning, we had that on Sunday. It was a pretty great day. I think there were over 600 people who came and lots of resources there, lots of fun, lots of smiles, and it was a really great day. And we also gave an award, the Community Partner Award, to TAMC, okay, for the manner in which they involve the community in all of the improvements which they want to make in terms of safe routes to school. And so big shout out to TAMC for doing that. There were lots of dancers there, okay, and actually our own Antonia over here was also dancing, which is pretty fantastic. And so, yeah, fun was had by all, and it was a really great day. Next slide, please. Community School Coalition. I did manage to pop in for a little while. Trustee Diaz was there for the entire time, and our teams got to present on the different things which they're doing there around community schools, and we got to learn from what the other schools are doing. So again, a good day. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is this week's Turkey Talk, and this is actually all in honor of parent engagement.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to this week's episode of Turkey Talk. Hola a todos y bienvenidos a este episodio de Turkey Talk. We are here at our fourth annual Community Resource Festival. Estamos aquí en nuestro cuarto festival anual de recursos de lo comunitario. Viene conmigo, vamos a hablar con la comunidad. ¿Qué significa para usted la participación de la familia y la comunidad?
Pienso que nos involucramos tanto la comunidad como los padres. Hacemos un grupo que podemos ayudarnos entre sí para saber las necesidades que tenemos, tanto como los padres como la escuela.
¿Por qué es importante participar en la educación de sus hijos?
Por su futuro de ellas, por tener una mejor vida y un buen ejemplo para la familia. Su futuro de ellas es más importante.
Que es importante porque si nosotros como padre participamos, los niños van a aprender ellos, nosotros somos el modelo de nuestros hijos. Entonces sí es importante porque nosotros tenemos que participar para que nuestros hijos participen.
Okay. ¿Y usted?
Es importante porque si nosotros estamos dentro de la educación, nuestros hijos van a decir, oh, la educación es muy importante. Entonces, al paso que nuestros hijos van creciendo, nosotros vamos creciendo con ellos y viceversa. Ellos y nosotros estamos creciendo juntos, conocemos los maestros, conocemos el personal de la escuela, del distrito, nos juntamos, somos una familia. Entonces, de esa manera, nuestros hijos van a ser exitosos, nuestra comunidad va a ser exitosa y vamos a tener comunidades mejores.
So it makes me think a bit of what we're talking about at the Family Resource Center today. If we want to have successful students who are truly college, career, and life ready, we need to make sure that we have parent engagement. When our parents are engaged and we have our parents as true partners in their child's education, it leads to good things. It leads to higher graduation rates. It leads to higher attendance rates. It leads to better behaviors, lower suspensions, okay? It leads to all of those good things, okay? So thank you to all of our parents. Next slide, please. Okay, so our staff spotlight this week goes to Susie Salaya, who is our admin assistant in human resources. Now, this time last year, we would often get a phone call pretty early in the morning from a principal, which would essentially say, oh my goodness, I'm not sure what to do. I've got 5 or 6 subs, which I don't have any, I don't have enough subs. Okay, the subs aren't here. We're really struggling. We'll get those calls. How often do we get those calls, Curtis? Frequently, right? Really frequently. How often do we get those calls now? We don't get them. The reason we don't get those calls is Susie Salaya. That's the reason we don't get those calls. It's because she is doing so well at her job of making sure that we have subs in all the positions which we need them, so that we are not scrambling last minute, and that we actually have an adult in those classrooms for our students. So big shout out to Susie Salaya today. Thank you. And that's the end of the presentation.
Moving on to our CSEA report. All right, Teachers Federation. Okay, moving on to, do we need a break now? All right, moving on to our discussion items, adoption. Our first item is adoption of Resolution 2025-2609, honoring November as Family Engagement Month.
Good evening, everyone. Oh my goodness. My notes of what I was going to say just got deleted. Oh, no, it didn't. Thank goodness. This is on topic, I think, with our families coming, with the focus and spotlight on family engagement, with the feedback that's been provided. Family Engagement Month honors the love, commitment, and support families bring to our students every day. When families and schools work together, you stole the words right out of my speech. Children feel valued, confident, and ready to learn. Research consistently shows that students thrive academically, socially, and emotionally when their families are welcomed as true partners in education. By recognizing this month, our district celebrates the unique strengths of every family and reaffirms our beliefs that parents, caregivers, and guardians are a child's first and most important teachers. This month encourages joyful connection, open communication, and shared experiences that help every student feel supported both at home and at school. Family engagement and empowerment is everyone's jobs in our school district. And I am thankful to our family and community engagement specialists and coordinator that are here today with us. Thank you. Good prompt for me. No, it's okay. I just lost my train of thought. And they help uplift this focus every day through authentic connection, which is driving meaningful change in our district and our systems. And for example, tonight, Lupita and Genesis, who are behind me, just came from the middle school, who hosted a newcomer meet and greet, and we had about 15 families attend. They spent their time meeting one-on-one with our staff, the community liaison there, our FACES team, family and community empowerment specialists, and the assistant principal and principal. They had a meal together, and they also received resources that could be used while school is out next week. So in conclusion for my portion here, Family Engagement Month reflects our district's commitment to creating a warm, inclusive community where every family is seen, heard, and appreciated, because when families flourish, students flourish. And I'm very thankful for the families that are here tonight with us and shared with us.
Good evening, everybody. Yvette Padilla, Coordinator for Family and Community Engagement. So this is my new title as of 5 months ago, but family and community engagement is so important. You know, I have been a parent since, I'm going to give away my age, since 1996 when my son was a preschooler at Castroville School. So I am also a proud parent of 3 sons that have graduated from North County, and I know how important it is for our parents to be involved. Vera and Antonia and Beatriz, thank you so much. It's for them being empowered to come up here and talk. That's only going to make us do better. Obviously, you know, there's the big gap and parents want to get involved and we need to hear from them. And we're here to pivot. We have an amazing team standing right behind me. Guadalupe is not able to be here, neither is Maria, but we're ready to sit down and listen to see what they need from us. And again, we are a whole team now. We're willing to roll up our sleeves, work with our schools, and really make it happen. And then also today we had the rededication of our Family Resource Center. We had a lot of families that came. We did have fun music and dancing and connection. And some people, you're right, there's sometimes people don't feel welcomed coming into our space. They were coming in timid, and then the team was there and just welcoming and embracing our families. And that's all it takes. It just takes a minute to get to know each other because we all want the same thing. We really do. And in saying that, we're just excited. We want to continue to bring more partners, but we want the voice of the community to let us know what their needs are. We do have a list of partners and initiatives that are coming down the pipeline, which you'll start hearing more. And we're ready. And we're ready to bring more opportunities and really uplift the leadership that we have here in the room so they could help us lead the way. So we're here to support it any way that we can. So thank you. And congratulations, parents, for being involved in your students' education. Thank you. So next we have Lupita, and she'll let you.
Hi, I'm Lupita, Family and Community Engagement Specialist for the district. I also support Prunedale School and the middle school now. You guys took my speech, so I'm going to wing it. But I do truly believe, as a mother of 6, my oldest is 28, I've learned when my children were younger as a parent to really be involved. And we originally came from the Bay Area, and my children had some of my children have IEPs and everything, and I didn't understand a lot of everything that was going on, especially with my oldest son. And the one person told me, get involved, go to the schools, get to know the admins, get to know the services, get to know everything. And that's where everything started. And that's why I am where I am. I have a wealth of knowledge with, just being a community member, just all the resources and just everything. And I've learned the only way for my students and my children to succeed was for me to be involved 100%, going to the meetings, getting better understanding so that I knew how to better understand my children and help them. So this family and community engagement is really, really important in my opinion. And we all just need to help each other out. And it takes a village, and this is our village, and we just need to all help each other out.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Genesis Mendoza. I'm a community member. I've been at the high school for over 10 years, and this summer I was able to step into the role of family and community engagement, which I've been very excited about because it gives me the opportunity to connect with students and our families at a different level. So yes, everybody touched on great points on why family engagement and parent involvement is super valuable and needed. And I do know that it's something that we can always make better. I'm currently assigned to support the high school, but we all are such a great team. We collaborate with each other and support everybody on whatever is needed. But again, it's something that I do recognize that it's something that we as a community can all pitch in and work on together, because at the end of the day, it's community engagement, it's family engagement, parent engagement. We're all one unit. I did want to share that at the high school, we're currently planning a salsa night for December 4th, a family engagement night. Hopefully you guys will all be able to join us. And yes, it is salsa dancing. So we want to make it fun, but we are also planning on bringing by resources for our families as well. So we're working on planning all of that out. And just to share, the planning committee consists of myself, the school psych team, and our NEST coordinator. And I just share that just to show that it really just takes anybody who's really to just jump on board and want to make things happen for our community. We can, put our brains and resources together and really make things happen for our community. So again, hopefully you guys will be able to join us. Our families here too, our parents. It's nice to see a lot of familiar faces. Thank you for being here. And hopefully you guys will be able to join us on the 4th for some fun and some resources. So thank you.
Wait, I didn't know we were plugging stuff. Hold on. So the middle school's having a Posada Winterfest / December 13th, 2 p.m. Please come join us. It's on a Saturday. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're having so much fun planning it. And then Prunedale's having their annual Posada with the bilingual team hosting, taking the lead. And that's going to be December 18th. So yeah, come join us.
So December 8th, we're doing tamales with the superintendent at the Family Resource Center. So if you want to talk to Superintendent Turkey while making some tamales, please come by December 8th at 8:30 in the morning, or you could go at night and eat them and do art night with us. And Guadalupe, our faces will be sharing her superpower, which is art.
Yeah.
So she'll be creating an art piece for you to take home.
Okay.
Thank you. I will, I'm hungry now. I will ask for any clarifying questions and I will start with our student trustee, Adriana.
Are students welcome at the salsa night?
Yeah.
Of course. Me and my friends will be.
All right. Awesome. Trustee Diaz, any clarifying questions?
Where was the posada at December 13th?
The middle school.
Middle,
Yeah,
okay.
we're gonna be there.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Reese, Trustee DeMarco.
Yes, I have a clarifying question. What's a posada?
So, so Prunedale does an annual thing where the bilingual pathway teachers, they get together and it's a thing that they normally put on. It's a tradition at Prunedale. It's a cultural event, done during Christmas time.
No, I don't know. Yeah.
At the middle school, we kind of wanted to do a Winterfest posada thing because it's a little bit, we want to stay away from like the religion part of it, but it's just a cultural event that happens in Mexico and it's something, yeah, it's a whole Mexican cultural thing. I think it's all over the world, not just Mexico, but it's for all culture. It's a cultural event for us where we sing songs, we eat food, we just rejoice, have gifts and stuff. So it's a really
I'm
good
looking
time.
forward to that.
Yeah, join us. Come.
All right. Trustee Chavarria.
Clarifying question, tamales, what kind of tamales?
So I'm gonna bring strawberry masa. I'm gonna make ones because those are the easiest ones to make.
Oh my God,
I don't know
strawberry
what they're all. I don't know what they're doing, but I'm gonna go with the easiest. I'm making sweet ones.
I've never had strawberry ones.
Yes,
Okay.
the best.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know what everybody else is doing, but I'm gonna go with the easiest thing for me.
That's just a fun question.
All right. Thank you. Any public comment?
Okay. Ok, yo no sabía de todas estas cositas que me acabo de enterar ahorita. Quería saber si van a ser los papás invitados también o no.
Yes. A todo.
Ok, entonces van a mandar esa información por Talking Points o van a mandar por email o
Talking points.
Talking Points. Ok, otra cosita también. En Elkhorn también tenemos Pay y ahí no va a haber posada. So, para eso, ¿con quién tenemos que hablar para que hagan la posada o nosotros de padre podremos hacerla?
Yeah.
Can I say something? So
We go
he's
now.
asking who do you talk to for the posada? So I think we need to do better of bringing our families and our parents to the table to help us plan.
Yeah.
So that's the next thing we want to move on. Vamos a tener Día del Niño. So we want to do Day of the Child, which is April 26th. We have a group of high school students that are going to be at the table helping us. And that's a civic engagement process. It's from the beginning to end. And we also need a group of parents. So I think we need to continue to model the same thing because they have their own superpowers and their own passion on how to make it better. I've never heard of a strawberry tamales, but I guess I'll learn on December 8th or 9th. But the thing is really taking that extra step to include them in the process. And Vera, you're right. We need to do better of like these things are happening and how do you really access them and how do we really communicate it out? And I really think it's grassroots. Like people get text messages and social media and sometimes you're just like, okay, I'm done looking at it, but building those relationships. So then Vera goes and tells 20 people and then you have Antonia telling 30 people and then it just turns into all these different people that now they're all coming together. Like today at the Family Resource Center, that was pretty grassroots organized. Yes, it was on our social media. Yes, it was pushed out. And then people are like, we didn't know about it. And I'm like, but it was word of mouth that got people there. And that's what it is. You tell your neighbor, here's Chismetown. Somebody tells 20 more people. So that's the way to do it. And I think we have a group of ladies here ready to roll up their sleeves and rock and roll. So you're going to be part of the planning committee. So we'll be planning some stuff. And I think that's how we build community and build relationships with our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera.
Ok, ok. So, yo entiendo que es muy importante eso de Talking Points. Muchos papás lo están usando, pero last year I came here for the first time and I let you know, guys, please, I know like a lot of people use computers, cell phones, Facebook, but there's a lot of parents that they don't know how to use it. There's some parents that they're asking me, how can I do talking points? So please, I know that's hard, like maybe get their phone numbers, because when we go to trainings, when we go to meetings, we leave our phone number. Why just don't take like a minute and say, you know what? Today we're gonna have this event. I hope you can come. Because there's a lot of parents that they don't see their phone, or there are a lot of parents that they work all day long. They just go pick up their kids, do something for them, and they go to bed. They don't even have time to use their phone. I'm not working right now, and to be honest, I just look on my phone on the night. So please, 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 it just take like a minute. Like I said before at Elkhorn, if you don't have time to call the parents, let me know. I can come and call them. Because if we want our parents to be connected, we need to find different ways to communicate with them. Some parents, if you see a parent coming to the school or going somewhere, you can just go and say, hey, how are you? ¿Cómo estás? And that's the way you're going to bring the parent. And something else, all those events, I think those are really good events, but I can say that most of the parents, they don't know about this. Like, I didn't know. So I think there's like most of the parents, maybe that's why they don't go too. So we need to work more in communication. And something else, I forgot.
Thank you, Vera.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Zoom? Oh, Antonia.
Ay, yo pienso lo mismo que
A ver,
Vera.
espérate, Antonia, deja que venga el intérprete, ¿ok? Y tenemos 6 minutos. Y por favor, personal staff, let public comment finished.
Yo pienso lo mismo que Vera. Nosotros tampoco, yo tampoco no sé todo lo que ellas pues vienen a decir aquí. Entonces, nosotros pues también, yo como madre en la escuela, en la Elkhorn, pues sí también queremos posada ahí.
¿Puedo
Y
pedir una aclaración? O sea, dijo que usted tampoco puede repetir.
así que no sabíamos la información que ellas acaban de dar. Y pues sí nos interesa pues tener una posada también en la escuela Elkhorn. Y pues yo pienso lo mismo que Vera. Gracias.
Gracias, Antonia.
I agree with what Vera said. I also was unaware of the posada and would like to have one at Elkhorn as well. We were unaware of this information that was just presented here and would support having a posada in Elkhorn.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Zoom? All right. Sí,
Bueno.
dígame. Espere poquito.
Ok,
Espere poquito. Vamos a traer al intérprete.
ok, gracias.
Por favor, continúe.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Alejandra Zavala y estoy en acuerdo con Vera y Antonia. Desconocemos la información que están dando y en el programa, en el evento de hoy, lo miré por Zoom y creo que faltaron muchos padres. No sé por qué no hubo más información para los padres. Vi muy poquitos. De hecho, unos 5. Y en cuanto a la posada, pues sí estaría bien organizar una posada, porque nada más la Middle School va a tener posada. Ese es mi comentario. Gracias.
Gracias.
The interpreter wants to clarify one thing with her. Si pudiera aclarar el evento al que se refiere por Zoom, ¿es esta reunión?
No, el de la mañana del Centro de Recursos Comunitarios.
Sí, gracias. Good evening. My name is Alejandra Zavala, and I would agree with what Vera and Antonia have mentioned, that we were unaware of the information that was presented here today. I viewed the event on Zoom, and I saw that very few parents were in attendance, maybe 5 parents. So we were unaware, and I also agree that it would be nice to have a posada at other schools as well, not just at the middle school. And the interpreter clarified the event that she was referring to, and she said the event at the resource center, the community resource center this morning.
Thank you. Any other public comment on Zoom? Okay. Let's finish Zoom and then I can go really quick back. Are interpreters needed? Can the next, María, ¿estamos listos? María, we're ready?
¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi comentario sería que sería bueno que tuvieran estos eventos a un horario que sea flexible también para los padres, porque de 12 a 2 no todos podemos asistir a estos eventos. Y si es para los padres, creo que es necesario tener un horario flexible para que todos los papás podamos asistir. Ese sería mi comentario.
Gracias.
Gracias. My name is Maria. Good evening. And I would like to add that it would be nice to have these events at a flexible time in which parents can attend. 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. does not work for a lot of people. And I would support having these events at a more flexible time where we can attend.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Cassandra Quaylar. I teach second grade at Elkhorn. I also have 2 nephews in the district, and actually a lot more nephews and nieces at Prunedale School and the high school, but 2 at Elkhorn. And I wanted to, that's why I was looking before I came up here. I remembered the Community Resource Festival. We got a paper to send home to families, and I take a picture often, as Antonia knows, and I post pictures of papers I send home because I know things get lost in backpacks. So my talking points is really off the hook. Parents are like, okay, Miss Quaylar, you send a lot of information, a lot of photos. But I had taken a picture of the Community Resource Festival paper that was given to me on November 13th. And I was like, oh, that's a little late to be given to us 3 days before the festival. But I wanted parents to see it. And then I think a day later, I saw it was posted on Talking Points, but I was hopeful that Talking Points would be used better. I'm sure the paper hopefully had been made before 3 days before. People knew about it, but it wasn't posted on Talking Points until within 2-3 days of the event, as far as I could see, which I think I can see what the parents see. Again, I posted it as soon as I got it on November 13th. So I agree with the parents. There should be more communication, and we have Talking Points. We pay for Talking Points. I don't know why it didn't go out sooner than about the 13th or 14th. So, yeah. So, and I know other teachers probably don't do this, take the picture and send it, but I do. But it's only my class that can see that.
Thank you. Any other Zoom public comment? All right, closing public comment.
Make a clarifying, I'm sorry for interrupting. So the Posada planning for the middle school, we've only had 1 meeting. If any parent wants to come and help with the planning, we're open to it. We can let them know when that next meeting is gonna be. Probably be the week back when we get back from Thanksgiving. And the one for Prunedale School, I know the teachers that are organizing it have already had 1 meeting. I'm not sure because it's a staff-led event, when their next meeting is gonna be for that school. So in the middle school, they wanna come help. We want all the help we can get.
Thank you. All right, this is can I have a motion and right. I know, but it says the motion in a second. Stop it. Can I have a motion and a second to, disculpa, ya cerramos el comentario público. Can I have a motion and a second to move to discussion?
My motion to move this item for discussion.
All right. Any final discussion? I'll start with student trustee. Trustee Diaz.
Yeah, we know family engagement is critical, and I have been lucky enough to participate in my son, well, all my kids for the past, I think, 13 years. First at Castroville School with my first two, just volunteering for everything. And then, now I have two little ones and I'm older, so I kind of have more responsibilities than I did before. So I try to help out when I can, and yeah, just want to acknowledge that family engagement is essential, and the families that are here are critical partners, and we need you, and we need your input. And I'm proud that we have this resolution.
Thank you. Trustee Reese.
Just want to say thank you to each of you for supporting parents. And Genesis, congratulations on your new position, and thank you for forwarding to us the menstrual product drive.
Yes, thank you. Very excited
for
about
doing
that.
that. So if anybody has donations, menstrual products, please make sure that it gets to Genesis at the high school. Parent engagement is critically important. Parents are students' first teachers, and there's lots of different ways to get involved in the district, or just to support your students at home by, reading, engaging with them, having set routines. Parents, like you said, Rick, are absolutely our partners. So thank you for the role you play in the district and making us successful. And Cassandra, thank you for reiterating that, how we communicate in advance, multiple ways to reach parents and let them know what's going on in the district. So thank you very much.
Trustee DeMarco.
Yeah, the plugs are cool. Send us emails, because I'll be honest, I never, I'm only half Hispanic. We never celebrated Posada, so I was Googling it, what it was. So I can now see why maybe a lot of people will want to do that, especially send the email about the tamale night. I know it sounds like a joke, but here's the thing: is my mom, who was born in Mexico, when she died of cancer in 2003, that was my last ties to Hispanic culture. No tamales, no everything. All my Hispanic culture died with her. I keep bringing it up to other people who know how to make tamales. I'm like, never had a real tamale since 2003. And everyone's like, oh, I'm going to help you out. And I don't get it. So I usually got to go to the Walmart parking lot in Davis Street to look for vendors there. That's where I get mine. But it would be nice to go, because I haven't been wanting to learn how to make one, and to have no clue, because like I said, all that has been dead for over 20 years. Stuff like that is really nice to bring you back into your culture. It's fun to see that the FRC is going to do that and allowing others to be a part of it. So I want to say thank you for that. I look forward to hearing more of these plugs, and also salsa night. I thought you meant the dip. I was hoping we do one also other than just dancing a salsa night of.
So it's gonna be both, if I may, sorry.
Oh, now. Okay.
So yes, and Nest is sponsoring dinner for our family. So shout out to Nest. And Miss Jenny Lynn, our school psychologist, she actually has friends that are salsa instructors. So they are volunteering their time to come spend time with their families and all of us. So whoever is down to go dance, we'll be in the dance room. But yeah, just show up at 5:30.
Eating chips and salsa.
Eating chips and salsa, and then we're gonna dance it up.
Well, we have chili cook-offs and stuff like that. I know how to make salsa from scratch. I'm like, it might be. Yeah. You put it in my head. I look forward to dancing and dipping.
Wonderful.
Hello.
Trustee Chavarria.
Truly believe in this resolution. I appreciate all of you guys for being here today, and I can't tell you how impressed I was on the event today, and more impressed when I took a walkthrough in the Family Resource Center. Because again, I've been in this district my entire life, and I remember when that's gone through several transitions, but I've never seen it look like the way it looks today. And I know that you guys did an amazing job and you guys got all these donations to get all that work done. I heard, the paint was donated. I was talking to because I walked in, I was so impressed with the furniture. And again, I started seeing stuff that I want to do in my house. That's all. And so, but besides that, me gustó mucho what ustedes estaban diciendo and what you guys brought the posada. I have to share. So I've been in this district and I think I'm here today because of the parent involvement that I started with my kids. All 4 of my kids went through here and they all went through Echo Valley. I was parent teacher, very involved with the parent teacher group there. And I was also involved with the ELAC group. But I have to tell you, back then it was very divided. Was very divided. And when you guys are talking about tamales, and I was president at that time, we decided to make tamales together. The ELAC families and the parent-teacher group families, we made tamales together. We got united. We planned the posada, the very first posada at Echo Valley School back in 2000. That's how long ago it was. Is that 25 years ago? Híjole, I'm giving up my age now. We did our very first posada together. And that was when, do you guys remember Ms. Lampkin was the principal back then? And she got a lot of pushback. But I think she broke those barriers because back then our demographics at Echo Valley School were much, much different than what it is today. It was more like 30%, Latinos and the rest were, so that's why I'm saying Caucasian, it was very different. And so we broke those barriers. And this is why I love hearing what you guys are doing. You're keeping that culture, that rich culture involved in the district with the families, because that's what brings them together. When they appreciate each other's culture, then they get more involved because they're building, like you said, they build those relationships. When they build those relationships, we did everything together. We had an amazing Halloween fun night. We did a snow day together. And it was all us parents that did it because that's what we wanted. Our principal said, whatever you guys want, we'll support you. So I encourage you, nomás dile to your site principal what you guys want to do, and you guys come together and you can get it done. And you guys can do what, they will not hold back. And now with this group, you guys are there to support these families. We didn't have that before. We did it all ourselves. But that was the empowerment of families, that brought everybody together. So it's exciting to see what you guys are doing and all the things that you're doing. And I know there's room for improvement because communication is an area of improvement for any group, even in our own district among ourselves. Communication's tough, because everybody's so busy. But we're going to continue to find ways to improve, right? Because the parent involvement is crucial. And I just can't tell you enough that I was so impressed with today because I saw a lot of parents out there. I saw a lot of kids. I saw a lot of parents because you had food, you had music, and that's what brings everybody together. And they felt more comfortable with that because you had that culture that you were, that inclusiveness. So I'm just letting you know that I was impressed with today. And everything that the parents are here saying today, I know it's going to get better because I've been here for all these years, my entire life, and it's the same thing. New parents come in, new parents go out. So they're having to start it again, and they're starting it again. But it's all about those parents, like these parents that just jump in and want to get involved. And then with you guys coordinating it, it's even going to be more powerful. So thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you. This is very important for me. I said today is my son's birthday. Because of my children, I get involved. And it's a very important topic because this is also outside of my work. I've always advocated, created groups, created spaces for genuine, true engagement, not extractive engagement. And when I say extractive, is coming and just telling them what to do and how to do it. It's more of like, you tell me what is it that you want to do and how do you want to do it and what is it that I can support you with? Because I often hear from families and from everyone and people saying, oh, their academics is bad or this is bad because parents are not involved, because they're all these and like lack of involvement. But if there's many barriers for true engagement and involvement that we have to actually address. And I am glad that the people we want to involve are telling us how to best involve them. I'm glad you're planning all these things. It's exciting stuff. But I think that they're also eager to understand systematic ways of addressing barriers, addressing issues, that they're wanting and eager to really understand how to engage for academic wise. And they care about the future of their children. That's why many parents get actually involved, because they are, yes, it's fun to come and do fun stuff like tamales, all that, even though I don't know what's fun about tamales, making tamales, but I'll leave it to you all. I've made more than 1,000 tamales one time for parent engagement, and it wasn't fun. Right? But I feel like we have a lot to do and a lot to work on when it comes to parent engagement, and we cannot be continuing to blame and shift to our parents, to our community, to our members of saying, oh, it's because they don't get involved. It's because they don't get involved, when we're not giving a space to truly get engaged and involved. We cannot come and talk to people. We have to listen and ask, what is it that you want to bring to the table? And I encourage you to connect with all these parents and ask them, like, what is the best way to do this? What is the best way? And I know you all know it, but sometimes they come up with really creative ideas because they are removing those barriers themselves to get involved, to get engaged. So when they're removing those barriers, they're finding creative ways to actually engage. And engagement is going to them, giving them the space and letting them lead on what is it that they want to actually engage and how do they want to engage. And we are still going to have a lot of parents and a lot of community members who are not going to be able to engage. And I do not blame them, because just imagine, many of our parents work 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. and for them to go to one more meeting, it's exhausting, and I do not blame it. So we really have to be intentional with maximizing, I call it maximizing, the time and the space of our parents to give them what they need. And when I say parents, I mean all the caregivers of our students, to give them what they need to obtain the tools and at the same time have the fun and joyful space to truly transform the education for them and for their students. So this is a very important, as you can see, topic for me. And I also want to say, sorry, trustee Marco, I said stop it with a very loving way. I don't say it to the other trustees, but please continue to listen to the way that they want to get engaged. And thank you, Ms. Queller, for telling us we must do better on communication on every aspect, but we must do better on communication external to our parents, external for them. Thank you for blowing up talking points for your class, because sometimes we just need that, right? Our kids might not have put it in the backpack. Our kids might have misplaced it. Our kids are not showing it to us. And again, it just getting it in different ways. It's the best way to reach our parents. And so I appreciate what you're doing, and maybe we should model a little bit more of what you're doing it and doing it ahead of time. The more time that we have to actually learn about things, the better that we can plan. And yes, do it in ways that we can get different involvement from different groups in different ways and different parents. So I appreciate the work that you're doing, and I look forward to seeing all the other work that's coming. And let us know, at least let me know how I can support, because parent engagement is my expertise for more than 20 years. So I really have learned a lot from the actual people who I wanted to engage. I've learned from them. They haven't really learned from me. I've learned from them on how to involve them and become a more exclusive space. So this is an item to adopt. So I'll take a motion. Second. All right.
Just in terms of like learning Rosenberg's, right?
Thank you.
So so before it comes for discussion, it's not a motion to discuss. It would be a motion to or a motion to amend, and then that gets seconded, and then everybody talks about it like we just did, and then it essentially just goes straight for a vote.
Awesome. I'm so glad I just have 2 more meetings. All right. We already motioned to pass. I'm gonna start with your vote. Trustee Adriana. Trustee Diaz.
Aye.
Trustee Reese.
Yes.
Trustee DeMarco.
Aye.
Trustee Chavarria. And yes to myself. Motion passes. Thank you. Yes. Awesome. All right. Moving on to our next resolution. No, the resolution 2025-26-10. Sorry, I can't see anymore. Recognizing November as National Native American Heritage Month.
Good evening, board. It's my honor to be here. It's my honor to present Resolution 2025-2610, recognizing November as National Native American Heritage Month. This resolution honors the histories, the cultures, the contributions of Native American communities nationally and in California, including the more than 11,000 Native American people here in Monterey County. It also acknowledges that today's state and national borders are artificial, and that many of our students, family, and staff, myself included, are indigenous to ancestral lands across what is now California and Mexico. We stand in solidarity with our Native American brothers and sisters as we celebrate this month. I recommend the board to adopt Resolution 2025-2610.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? And I'll start with Trustee Adriana. Trustee Diaz.
No question.
Trustee Reese. Trustee DeMarco.
No.
Trustee Chavarria. All right, I'm opening it for public comment. Sue? All right. I'm trying to read the order. Can I have a motion and a second to pass?
Adopt this resolution.
All right,
Then we go to discussion.
perfect. We're moving on to discussion. And I'll start with Trustee Adriana. Trustee Diaz.
I'm just always glad that we adopt heritage resolutions. My grandmother on my dad's side has always been proud, being Native American, and she went to the trouble of tracing our heritage all the way back to before 1823 with photos. And I mean, there was no photographs in 1823, but the ones after that. But so yeah, I totally love this, and proud to have our district adopt this.
Trustee Reese.
No.
Trustee DeMarco.
Thank you for bringing this resolution forward.
Trustee Chavarria. What? Dr. Trudeau, do you want to say anything?
No, thank you for bringing this forward.
We are in native land. Thank you for bringing it and for acknowledging we are indigenous, or I am indigenous, and it's important to acknowledge that. So I appreciate this resolution, and I appreciate all the contributions that are our Native American brothers and sisters. All right, I'll go around for a vote.
Aye.
I don't even have to say names. Aye. Thank you. Motion
board.
passes.
Thank you.
All right, adoption of resolution 2025-2611, recognizing November as National Homeless Youth Awareness Month.
Hello, it's me again. I'll just start singing like Adele. Sorry, I'm so tired. This November, we recognize Homeless Youth Awareness Month and honor the resilience of young people experiencing homelessness. In our district, over a quarter of students are McKinney-Vento eligible, meaning that they are they're unhoused. That might mean that they live in cars, motels, hotels, shelters, or are temporarily doubled up, which could look like multiple families in one home, or in one room, or in one garage. This highlights the urgent need for support and understanding. We celebrate the service providers, community members, and our staff who lift up these youth, like our community liaison team, who work tirelessly to wrap around our students and families to provide things like support with food, housing, clothing, and even transportation while we are waiting to put them on a bus route from outside of our district. Through this resolution, we reaffirm our commitment to ensuring every child has safe housing, opportunity, and hope to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with any clarifying questions. Adriana? Trustee Diaz?
Yeah, how do we help ensure that we can help maybe putting, helping the homeless youth get shelter, or what kind of things have we done or can we do?
It's a great question. So our community liaison team has a list of housing resources. They receive referrals through the coordination of supports team or directly from families. Sometimes they walk into our spaces and ask us for help. And then we match them with available resources. Sometimes that means that we're aware of housing that's taking applicants in the moment, and we support them with, our liaison team really does this work. They support them with applying for that housing. They might take them to apply for that housing, help them fill out the application. Sometimes we match them with a resource that will help them get that housing, like some partners we've worked with in the past are hers. And sometimes once they get that housing, they need help with furnishing it. So they match them with resources to help furnish it as well. It's layered, and it really depends on what's available, and it's really challenging.
Does that include maybe some of the shelters that help women and children? Like I see some from Community Human Services. They have quite a few.
Sometimes we have shelter passes. Sometimes we have hotel vouchers. Sometimes our families, last year we had a family whose house caught on fire and we put them into a hotel. So it really depends on what's available, what is the need of the family, what level of support is needed.
I know NMCUSD has Seaside High School safe parking. That'd be cool if our facilities, somehow could do something like that, where they could have a safe space to park at night at the least. But thank you for all the stuff you do. You're amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Trustee Reese? Trustee DeMarco?
Nothing.
Trustee Chavarria?
Thank you for this. What were the stats again that you said?
It's over a quarter of our student population that is eligible under McKinney-Vento.
What was that, Katie?
Over a quarter of our student population. Yes, our numbers went down. So our data was just released from our dashboard, and our numbers did go down. And my perspective, and I think others would agree, is that those numbers decreased because of our new online registration and maybe some confusion for our parents. Because in the past it's been, so the most recent numbers are 20, I think it's 23.5%, but in the past it's been over 30%.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Opening it up for public comment.
Cassandra Quaylar again, second grade teacher, lifelong resident, graduate. This one hits close to home. I spoke around COVID time during one of our professional developments, so some teacher staff members know some of my story. I was a homeless youth, sleeping in cars, slept actually in the bushes at one point. And I know how hard it is to make it to school, to care about school when you're a kid going through things like that, especially when you mix in like drug addiction and the other things that some students deal with. Not everybody's going through that, just because financial hardships also end up with families being homeless. So yeah, I definitely feel for students. I've had many. And I appreciate the programs, appreciate the teachers, appreciate the people that help these students, give them extra big hugs. I had a student like myself who ended up in the transitional housing at Pueblo Del Mar and Marina, where my mom and I ended up after she finished rehab. And yeah, so anything we can do for these kids, these families, any love the teachers can give. Ultimately, I moved in with a teacher. She saved my life. She got me back on track before I moved in with her, actually, just by having the belief. She believed in me. She told me I could do it. She told me I was worth it. She told me I could go down a different path in life. And I went from dropping out of school, failing out of school, to straight A's in her class. And from then on, straight A's to valedictorian at North County when I got here. That was middle school when I was dropping out. So believe in these kids, understand that what they're going through at home, just because they have bad grades, just because they're not coming to school, just because they don't care about school, doesn't always mean that they can't do it. They may be going through a lot. So yeah, this one definitely something that we need to always be thinking about. Something I'm always thinking about, and the reason I wanted to come back and work in my community. I went to Stanford. I had a lot of chances to stay there. Everyone said I should. And I did not want to stay in that community. I wanted to come home and work with people who are going through the same things. Many of them, like she said, 30%, even at 23%, that's a lot of kids going through similar things. I wanted to come home, be in my community. That's where I am, and I love it.
Thank you, Ms. Kohler. All right, any other public comment? Soon. All right, closing public comment, and I'm asking the board for a motion.
To adopt this National Homeless Youth Awareness.
Second?
Second.
All right, moving to discussion, final comments?
No.
Student? Trustee Diaz?
No.
Trustee Reese?
Just thank you, Cassandra, for sharing your story. That's so brave. I think, we can only dream of maybe a time when we can eradicate homelessness. And it's a problem bigger than our school district, but we do have choices when we vote. People who can create affordable housing, living wages. There's a lot of different issues tied to homelessness. Sometimes it is additional support around addiction, mental illness, a variety of different things. Even just a physical illness can sometimes catapult people into homelessness. But thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for recognizing our students.
Trustee DeMarco?
I really appreciate that, acknowledging people, and I'm glad that we have a good coordinator that does a great job with our homeless youth and foster kids. We're very fortunate to have her. We're very fortunate to have programs like this, so thank you.
Trustee Chevalier?
I just want to say thank you so much for sharing your story. And in the last 6 months now, I'm with an organization that now I'm learning so much about this population and the need. And literally after I left the Family Resource Center, I went to an outreach community event in Salinas, just to network with all the resources out there. And they're there. We just have to plug them in. But I've been meeting families now too. I've been going out to the trenches and seeing those homeless out there. And it just breaks my heart. I didn't realize how bad it was, right? Because when you live behind a different closed door and you don't know it. You hear about it, but when you see it, it's a whole different ballgame. And so I'm just hoping that, I can learn to bring some of these resources and just continue to just bring whatever information I have. There's literally a voucher program right now for the winter that they're going to be providing all these families for hotel vouchers, like you mentioned, and they do it during the winter season. And they just released them, just literally just released them like last week. And again, it's just all these resources, the shelters, the emergency shelters, transition shelters, there's a lot, but you need someone to help them navigate through there. And like you were saying, you need those coordinators and those liaisons to build those partnerships, to be able to coordinate these families, to help them navigate through that, because it's hard, to be able to just figure out what's next. So truly believe in this resolution because I'm learning so much on the need, and just thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. And it's always easy to say statistics and numbers and everything, but sometimes just putting a face to who we're talking about makes it even a more drastic impact and understanding of why we need to push for better. So I really appreciate for sharing your story, because also other students who might not be speaking up can hear it and be like, I can ask for support. I can ask for support. And thank you for the work. I agree, like we have a great coordinator who's working. So I appreciate the work that is being done to address. I'm really concerned because there's going to be more issues with houses. There's a lot of policies coming that are going to impact a lot of our families, and they're going to be going through eviction processes. So I'm really concerned about that. We're right now in a 30-day public comment regarding affordable housing, and a lot of our families will be evicted after this, if this policy passes. So we should really find ways to figure out how to support our families and with what's coming, and not just housing, but food insecurity, all the other things that are going to impact our families. So I appreciate this, and yes, I agree, this is very important. I will go around for a vote. Adriana.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. All right. Adoption of Resolution 2025-2612, recognizing Veterans Day.
Resolution. To recognize the 11th of November as Veterans Day, and to honor all of the people who have served our country in the armed forces. And the way in which I think about this is we rely on folks in our armed forces, and we send them off to places and they do their service there, right? I have on my mum's side of the family, my uncle, my grandfather, my cousins are all in the military, and they all served, and they serve so that we back home can live, can have freedoms, and they serve because they feel in their hearts it's the right thing to do, and this is a way of honoring them. And so this is an important resolution which we have in front of the board.
Thank you, Matt. I will open it for any clarifying questions. Trustee Diaz.
No.
Trustee Reese.
No.
Trustee DeMarco. Trustee Chavarria. I don't have any questions, and I'm going to open it up for any public comment. Right, Sue? Closing public comment. This is an item for motion. I'm asking the board for a motion to pass in a second.
My motion.
I'll second. Final discussions, and I'll start with Trustee Diaz.
Yeah, last meeting I had it written out. I didn't know we're gonna have a resolution, but that's so awesome that we are, and just want to acknowledge and honor all our veterans. in all throughout the world, in our country, in our county, in our district, in our communities. Um, and the veterans that help the veterans that help us, the ones that are at the VNs or the different agencies that they go to for help. So definitely proud to support this.
Right. Trustee Reese.
Just thank you to all who serve.
Trustee DeMarco.
It's gonna be hard, but this is bittersweet for me. Because reality is the only vet here, and also being a vet here as a teacher. I think this board and the district can do better. Don't feel supported many of the times. All of us vets get together when we talk about, ooh, this was getting to me. It's a lot. I hear a lot of empty words, a lot of empty thank yous, but for the past 2 years, even on the board, I've had to hear criticism of my service and little snide remarks. And I just got to sit there and take it. Disappointed in our school? Have you supported vets? Why did we get rid of the cadet corps? Why do we not have an ROTC? We have a large student population that are going to join the military. And I fought for over a year just to give them a PE credit because the majority did not want to hear anything about the cadet corps. A lot of hollow words, a lot of trauma, a lot of stuff I've seen. And to put up with negative remarks. We could do better. I do honor it, but it is what it is. I've come to accept how we act and speak hollow. But I really do hope on this resolution, we can really take a time to step back and think about what we're saying and what we're committing to. Because we deserve better.
Thank you. Trustee Chavarria.
No, I mean, the veterans is definitely something that's been important in this whole world in many different ways. And I truly believe I have family members that are veterans. And I just can't stop to thank everyone that's for their service.
Right. Dr. Turkey, would you like to say anything?
It's just making me think. Thank you, Angelo. Just for your, your honest reflections. And it just makes me think of when folks come back about integrating into society and the difficulties therein, right? And I'll say it, the lack of understanding from somebody who's not been through that. I have not been through that. I don't have an understanding of it. But I can at least, take the day and the time, right, to think about the folks who have.
Right. And I am sorry you feel that way. And that has happened. And that's unfortunate. And you're not the only vet that has said that we have taken for granted the sacrifice and dedication. The work that I do is I fight for civil rights and I fight for human rights. But that's thanks to all those who are fighting physically for us to actually be able to exercise and live free. And so it's important to honor, but to actually take action and make sure that our vets are coming back and that we're providing them what they need to be able to be back in our society because they dedicated their time. And a lot of our students are actually signing up for that. And we must find ways that when they sign up for that, they're ready. And they're for when they come back, what they go through, that there's also services for them. So I hope that not only us, but everyone starts to think about that. And thank you for your service. Appreciate it. Vote. Trustee Diaz. Trustee DeMarco.
Aye.
Chavarria. Aye. Aye. Motion passes. All right. Next item, general audit of Facilities, Expanded Learning, and Family Resource Center.
This item is being brought by Trustee Rick Diaz, and this is for the board to consider hiring an outside agency to complete an audit on the Facilities Department, Expanded Learning, and the Family Resource Center. The financial impact would be unknown at this time. Upon approval of this item, staff would gather bids and would bring back the item to the board for approval.
Matt, can you repeat the last part? Sorry.
Sure. The financial impact is unknown at this time, and upon approval of this item, staff would gather bids and would bring back the item for board approval.
Thank you. All right. Board members, any clarifying question? I'll start with Trustee Diaz.
Yeah, is this, since it's agendized specifically, and say we get into discussion and discuss other facilities, are we not going to be able to discuss other departments? I mean,
No, other things could be discussed, and then any motion could be amended. So for example, let's say there's a discussion, and then somebody could say, hey, I motion that we would have a general audit, not on these, but instead on ABC or BCD. That is something which could happen.
okay, that's
And
great.
it would also have to include specifics like the time frame.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, and I'm interested also in the IT department, but like maybe in the past, also possibly. And as far as questions, that's all in questions.
Clarification, we're voting on moving forward to develop a scope of work and get quotes.
So this agenda item would be to essentially direct staff to, it would need more details. So what exactly is the audit of which departments and which dates, and then to direct staff to go and get bids and then come back and then bring those to the board.
So essentially authorizing moving forward with collecting additional information that could include scope of work, project timeline, and the cost to the district.
Correct.
And that would come back with that information, and then we could vote if we want to spend that amount of money based on how much it's going to cost for these 3 areas, potentially other areas. Okay,
Correct.
This is just moving forward to collect or to dedicate staff time to those objectives.
Yes, and to have the discussion of the board around what is actually wanted in terms of which departments and which dates.
Okay, thank you.
No more questions? No more questions? Sorry. Trustee DeMarco.
Is this motion to vote for, is it like a one catch, like one motion for 3? Or are we voting for one department, then another vote for another department, or another vote for the other department?
This would be one vote. It would be one motion. And so let's say if it's Facilities, Expanded Learning, and Family Resource Center, whomever the trustee is who puts forward a motion could put forward the motion as it would need to be amended because it would need to have some dates in it, right? Or the, board could choose to just do one of those departments or 4 departments or 2 departments as an amended motion, but it would all be one agenda item.
Any further questions? Trustee Chavarria.
Okay, so clarifying question also is, I know you explained it, but I just want to reiterate what I heard. The importance is narrowing it down on a time frame, because when you say our staff need to gather the information for an audit, what does that entail?
So for us to know how much an audit would cost, we would need to know what are the dates of the audit. So for example, is it the financial year of 23, 24 and 24, 25? What are the financial years which we're auditing, right? And then we'd need to know which departments. So those are the two pieces of information which staff would need to know to actually be able to come back with a bid.
And they don't need any other specifics like the why behind it, a certain area. I mean, it's just a broad audit because did we not hear that audits already exist?
Audits do already exist,
So
yes.
what would be different with this type of audit?
I am not sure. Brenda, do you want to come and help with that question?
It depends on what the request would be from this specific audit. If it was targeted, then I'd be able to tell you if it's different from our current audit or not. I can tell you if it's fiscal in nature, we have already so many audits that we'd likely be duplicating work. So it's hard for me to tell until we are targeting this audit in a specific area. Does that help?
So what I'm hearing is there's audits, different types of financial audits in all these departments.
Correct.
Unless we're specifically looking for something that we're going to request for this audit.
And on top of fiscal audits, we're already audited for a lot of other things, right? We're audited for instructional time, we're audited for ratios, we're audited for certificated salaries. I mean, the list is extensive. I'd probably be here for a good hour just going through the list. So unless I know what specifically this audit is meant to target, I'm not sure if we're duplicating work or not. I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Any further questions? Do we know the time frame? The time frame? What time frame are you?
Oh, that's for us to discuss.
Do you have suggestions? Do you have?
Yeah, when we get to the other part where we just talk, or what is it called? The next
Discussion?
Discussion, yeah. I have a lot more to say. I was just had questions.
That's a question for
we would-
clarification.
We'd need a motion before the discussion. So it would be a
So
motion.
that's not a clarification question. Okay, we can move it to discussion. All right. And it's an audit, just
No.
an audit.
I'm uncertain.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comment? Zoom? All right, this is closing public comment. This is an item for motion and second to pass this. Do I have?
We don't get to discuss?
And so the motion is to pass this thing because you have to motion and second it to have a discussion.
And then we go for a vote.
Then you vote after.
Yeah.
Right. So we can't even talk about it unless.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it if it goes to motion and second.
So motion to discuss or motion to pass it?
You motion to approve it. No, it was my mistake
Motion
last
to
week.
approve.
To even discuss it, it is with Rosenberg's, you motion to approve it. Someone will second it. Once you have a second, because that's really what's happening. Someone's motioning because we want it to be approved.
And then someone will second it and
And
then
then it goes to discussion,
discussion,
and then you
then
have your formal vote.
your formal vote.
Is
So you're not voting right now. You're
the voting's at the end,
Yeah.
but you have to motion for the approval, because if you didn't want to approve it, then you didn't even need a vote.
And just to add on as well, if it was motion to approve as is, it doesn't have enough details there, so you wouldn't really know what you're talking about, right? So if the motion was, hey, we want to do a financial audit of these 3 departments for the 24-25 school year, then you know what you're discussing. So there's a specific motion which gets motioned and then seconded, and then that specific thing is then talked about.
Right. Again, this is an item for motion and second. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, motion. I so moved.
Do I have a second?
Just a point of order. What is the motion?
What it says on the rationale or whatever, or the item.
Okay, so, okay.
Right, so you motion for the board to consider hiring an outside agency to complete an audit on
Yeah.
facility department, expanded learning and family resource center.
Yeah.
And you seconded. All right, now it's for discussion. Trustee Diaz.
Okay. I got sent a bunch of existing audits that Brenda was talking about. And obviously, I mean, I don't know if every single thing in our district gets audited, but I got a list of things that do get audited. So, like all of a sudden, everyone's acting brand new about this, like they don't know what we're talking about. But what I want is for us as a group to audit certain departments, depending on, you guys could chime in too. If not, then maybe you're not doing what the community wants or needs, especially for our if we want the public to back us on a bond, they're going to want audit, and we want our facilities fixed from an independent, trusted agency that does this. It's not uncommon. I'm not an expert at this. We have the money for consultants galore. And so, like I said, whatever we don't audit already, I'm not an expert, so it's kind of being extra difficult for me right now. And like I said, for the bond that we should want for our facilities that are deteriorating for many, many years, to garner trust, transparency, accountability, learning from what didn't work in those things. So if everyone's going to be silent, then it's not doing us justice. And I'll take a loss, but I totally don't think it's the right thing to do to not go forward with something, and if we are gonna, like I said, want a bond, we're not gonna get it, and we need to fix our facilities. And a lot of people talk to me about it, but they don't want to come forward, and that shouldn't matter. A lot of other districts are doing bonds, and they're doing it the right way. They're being transparent. They went up fast. A lot of the stuff in Salinas and NMCUSD. So, especially on our facilities, I mean, there's so much things that we went over in the past 3 years that we want answers for, that the public wanted answers for, and people forget. So, I like I keep saying, I'm not an expert, and this is the type of things that I see at other meetings that, the people in charge don't want the board members to do. So they, try their hardest not to, make it happen, but we got to eventually. And if not, they're coming for all of us. So, I'll take it at that. If you guys decide not to, that's on you guys.
Trustee Reese.
I'm sorry, I missed some of the comments, but I would say that what I've heard now twice is that Rick has a desire to understand available audits and what it would cost the district. So I don't think it's outside the realm of a normal expectation to maybe just even, ask for a quote and develop a scope of work potentially. Sometimes there's audits that look at financials. There's audits that look if we followed the process that we said we were going to follow with, a variety of factors, how you award contracts, how you pay your suppliers, how you administer a program, whether you're doing it successfully. I think it's always good to be transparent. I don't think anybody's not trying to be transparent, but I don't really see any harm in the next step. It might not be financially feasible. We might not have the staff capacity, but the next step of developing a scope of work, determining the fiscal year, and getting a proposal is not unreasonable in my estimation. Thank you.
Trustee DeMarco.
All right, so I want to get this straight. If I don't agree with this, it's on me. I'm against my community. I forgot what I did. I'm not caring, and I should do what I'm supposed to do. The reality is I don't understand what's going on. I've been waiting for more information from everyone because it's not my emotion. But I have Google. So what type of audits can we do? An annual financial audit. Okay, so we do that. Single audit. Test compliance with federal grant requirements for Title I with federal spending is greater than $750K. A compliance audit. Verifying adherence to specific laws, contracts, or programs rules. Well, I can see that. A performance audit. Assess efficiency, effectiveness, or economy, or basically, are we getting the best results for our money? I can see that. Internal audit. There's agreed upon audits, AUP procedures, IT audits for security and configuration, evaluate the access controls, backup, cybersecurity, data privacy, system changes. We have a forensic audit that is specifically for investigation of fraud. So it's not that I'm against anything. It wasn't my motion. I was hoping some information would be like, well, which one of all these audits can be brought? There is some here that I'm very interested in. I don't think it's fair that I'm being told if I don't vote yay on a general thing that I don't care about my community. I do listen to my district area 3. I do believe there's some things we need to do. I'm hoping that we could separate these 3s and vote on each department. Because there's somewhere I'm like, I don't think there needs to be an audit. There's others I'm like, yeah, I would like to do a performance audit and a compliance audit. So this is what the point of discussion. It doesn't have to be adversarial where we attack each other. But I do think that we need to be open to a discussion here. It's like, hey, there's more than one. I didn't have all the information, but luckily Google helped me out right now. I would hope after we do a round, I'm going to amend that we go. I'm probably going to push for a performance audit and a compliance audit. And at least per department, not all 3 in one shot. But we all have our own ideas of what's fair and right. And that doesn't mean that we're bad. We're not doing the right thing. I know it's frustrating, but I think this one was just because there's a lot of confusion and a holdup on a forensic audit, not realizing that there's more than just money audits. We think audits in like where I did, somebody like from the IRS going over my stuff. I'm like, no, performance audit is something I'm really interested in. A compliance audit for certain. I would love to see a compliance audit on community schools. So I'm hoping you can tone it down. It's not attack on each other. Agree that we're all doing the best we can, but be a little bit more specific. It's okay to look at something different. So that's my part.
Trustee Chavarria.
So for me, to stand by something like this, I needed to know the why, because it's so broad. It's so broad. And I'm hearing what you're saying, that the community wants this, but I haven't heard any community. When we did our last audit, it was because we got letters, we got complaints, we got calls. And we did that audit. But I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard any, like, what specific concerns does the community have? You know, so then we can narrow it down and like target it. Like, okay, here's a specific area that the community is really concerned about. And when you talk about the bond, you know, that whole thing, when you said facilities and stuff, yeah, I mean, I could see us kind of going down the facilities, but be more specific. Is it the financial? Is it the contractors? Is it the, you know, I guess I need to understand a little bit more about that because I don't know, but it sounds really expensive for something like this. And I just don't want to take away from the kids, you know, and the programs. If there was a why behind it of something that we knew specifically that there was a concerned area, it's just so broad that that's why I'm confused, you know? The last one that we were involved with, it was because we got the specific complaints, you know? And we targeted that one and we took it to the level that we did and we found out it was valid. But I haven't heard any specific complaints. And if there was a specific complaint, I remember that one, we did like our internal investigation to make sure like, okay, let's validate this. See if this is really true. And then there were some gray areas there. So then we went for outside counsel. So I guess I'm only comparing it to that one that we did. And when I think about the bond, I mean, that's going to be a whole different way to campaign and strategize to get them to support our bond once we do all the work behind that. And I know we have to be transparent, and that's why we have these facility meetings and the community input. And you heard parents talk today, like, yeah, we've been giving input, you know, on what we want. That's a whole different issue, right? I hope I'm making sense. I just needed to understand the why behind it. That's where I'm at.
All right. I usually try not to take things personally and not to make it about how it made me feel. But hearing some of the things that have been said, I honestly just want to understand. And when people are saying that I'm not caring and I'm not doing what I'm supposed to, it does make it feel personal if I don't understand what I'm hearing. Because I just said earlier today that I've been spending time with my community, spending time with constituents, dedicating and hearing what community is wanting and saying. And so that feels kind of like a slap to my face in all honesty. Because I know that I'm doing it. And so it just because I don't understand doesn't mean that I don't care about my community. It doesn't mean that I don't listen to the community. It doesn't mean that I'm not doing my role, my responsibilities. And just because I'm doing my role as a board member doesn't mean that I'm not listening or caring. And yes, I'm interested in some of these type of audits that you just mentioned, like performance. I'm concerned about some of the performance, right? Because we're hearing comments from our community members of things that are not going the way that they're supposed to go. That's a concern for me, of saying what processes, what things do we have in place? Are they functioning? Are they not functioning? And audits we are looking at it and thinking of an audit as a really bad thing. Audits can give us tools, and it also depends on what audit. If you're talking about forensic audit, we shouldn't even be talking about forensic audit here right now, right? Because that's, again, it's very specific and it's because of an issue that usually is closed session item, right? But if you're talking, I am for an organization that does an audit every single year, and I turn it into the state bar and I turn it into all these places so that they can see processes and procedures, performance, and all these things. We have tons of audits that are happening. I just want to understand, what is it that we're asking for? How is that going to impact our students? How is that going to do we even have the resources to do that audit? If not, then what are we going to do with that audit? Because there's audits, they'll just tell us, okay, here, this is not functioning. And are we going to take action? What is it that we're going to do after we do an audit? Again, I'm taking it personally because all I wanted to do was understand. And then I felt, whoa, those are very strong comments made about us as trustees. Very strong comments. Even saying like it's on me or they're coming for me. I was like, okay, well, I'm okay with that. You know, if I'm not doing a good job, I'm okay with the community saying you're not doing a good job as a representative. We don't want you there. I'm okay with that. I am 100% okay with that. But I just want to understand what is going on, what's happening. So I ask that we are respectful among our differences in each other, but also understand what we're actually asking and what we're asking for. And I'm hoping that you will amend the motion to actually understand and put it more in perspective. I just was asking a genuine question. What is the time frame? Because an audit could be like an audit forever, or an audit for the last year, or an audit for 2 years, an audit for the past 4 years. What is it that we're asking? Again, clarification does not mean you don't care. Clarification does not mean you don't dedicate your role for what you signed up for. I signed up because I care for my students. I care for the students. I care for the district. I care for this community. And I've dedicated a lot of time and commitment, not because I wanted something out of it, but because I believe and I am this community. I don't see myself as an extraction. I am this community. So I see myself as caring for myself and caring for those. When we care for one, we care for all. When we don't care for one, we don't care for all. So that's how I see myself. So I really wanted to just understand what was going on. And I needed to say how I felt. So this is an item for motion and second. Whatever. Go.
Yeah, as a community member, I'm gonna say, tell it like it is. Everyone that sees me, what I post, that's what it is. That's the community. I'm all community, dedicated my life to the community. That's it. And it is what it is. I mean, I'm sorry that you got offended, all you guys, but I mean, that's what it is. I'm sorry. This is what I wanted as far as the communication, the stuff he said, the stuff she said, and the stuff you said. I want us to talk about it and come together and not be separated. But when it comes to things about the community, it's tell it like it is. If someone's gonna act brand new about this stuff and act like it's brand new, like they're brand new, they don't know what we're talking about, then you know that's their integrity. But this is what I want, you know, like as far as us discussing it and taking the time. It doesn't have to be tonight. It could be another night, but dedicating it because it is important. The things he said, the things you said, those are great. I didn't even think of those. Those are awesome. How the money's being spent, you know, like that's what the why. How is the money being spent? Is it being spent well? So it is what it is.
Could we amend to have a work study?
Would you mind if I ask for a recess so I can put together an amendment? Unless you have an amendment right now. I was gonna work on an amendment. Since I was an amendment.
Could that be an amendment? So that we could have more time to talk about it and better out exactly.
You mean a special board meeting?
Yeah, like we did today for the handbook. Could we have a special board
You
meeting?
can put an amendment on the table.
I move to amend the motion to approve and instead hold. Is it called a workshop? Is it called the pre-closed session?
If the board wants to hold a workshop, which would be essentially an open session on any particular item, then the board can do that.
On this item,
Yeah, that'd be great for this one. One meeting for this.
right, to personally, to kind of.
All right, there's a motion to turn this into a workshop and go from there, a study session workshop. Okay,
I'll second our motion. Oh, sorry.
And I second that because that will help with the why and taking a deeper dive.
Just
all right.
clarifying whatever
Mhm.
the vision is and
All
getting
right.
unity on.
Any discussion on that?
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm sorry. I love you guys. You know, I just, you know, I am the way I am. I've always been this way and I have a lot of love in my heart. And I think that some of you know that. And I'm sorry I had to be that way. You know, getting this workshop or whatnot and the way it feels, but you know, it's our community deserves it, and that's all I have to say.
Right, plus any other discussion? Let's go for a vote. Trustee Diaz.
Aye.
Trustee Reese. Trustee DeMarco.
Aye.
Trustee Chavarria. Aye. Motion carries. All right, moving on. Can't even see anymore, sorry. We are moving on to board requests for informational and possible agenda items, and I'll start with Trustee Diaz.
Not today.
Trustee Reese.
Yeah, update on the final phase of the project here at the high school, the bus shelters over the benches and the guard enclosure area, since we're getting really close to December, please.
All right. Anything else? That's it?
No, thank you.
All right. Trustee DeMarco.
I have nothing.
Trustee Chavarria.
I would like an update because I've had parents continue to ask me about community service for our kids. So is that the civil engagement program that we need to get an update on? The civic engagement?
The two are not quite the same. We can do an update on the civic engagement if that's what you'd like.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Anything else? Anything else, Trustee Chavarria?
No, that's it.
All right. No, I don't have any request. Okay, meeting adjourned at 10:03.